fragile voice in a world of arms. Warships flow while cities shake. I push the throttle till the heavens break. I'm not a hero, I'm just the one, still chasing ghosts into the sun. An ace is only worth his name when he flies through death and flame. So sing for me when the cannons roar. Sing like peace is worth fighting for. I'll meet the storm, I'll take the lead. I'll be the shield the others need. Through the static, through the fire, I climb higher, I climb higher. With every lock and every strike, I gamble one more borrowed life. If my wings fall from the blue, let my final trail guide you. I'll become the morning light. If it ends this war tonight. Steel, a pilot's prayer, missile smoke and neon air. I learned to fight, I learned to fall, I learned the sky could take it all. But past the battle line I see a dream that still belongs to me. A place where songs outlive the gun and no one has to lose someone. I can hear them calling my name. Friends I lost inside the flame. They're flying with me side by side. Ghost formation in the night. Ghosts in the night.
Here we go. Never a dull moment in this place. Lovely Academy City.
All right, and welcome to the stream, everybody. How's everyone doing? Hope you're all doing amazing. How's it going? How is it going? Wow, I actually got my opening right for once in like 3 weeks. What the fuck? What is up, everybody? How's everyone doing? Hopefully everyone is doing well and having an amazing Monday. I know it's Mondays, so a lot of people got those Monday blues. I get it. I really do. When I have to work Mondays, I get the Monday blues. I just get it all the time. But welcome, everybody. How's everyone doing? Hopefully you're all doing amazing Edge, bro, thank you for the lurk. I know you're working, so that lurk is always welcome. And then Hun, hi, how are you? Hello, hi. Why did I go high voice? Don't worry about it, okay? I was being cute. Okay. Anyways, hello everybody. How's everyone doing? Hopefully everyone is doing well. Today's gonna be kind of fun and interesting. We're gonna do a little reacting today. First and foremost, we're gonna do some reacting today. Because I'm sitting there, I'm like, blah blah, this and that. I'm looking, I'm like, man, what do I want to play today? Kind of want to do reacts. Or I do want to play something today. This and that, blah blah, this and that. And then I looked, I'm like, oh yeah, Beast of Reincarnation is coming out. And it says unlocks in 4 hours. I'm like, it fucking drops today? So immediately, like, well, I know why I'm playing, but I gotta kill time for like 4 hours. You heard nothing. You saw and heard nothing. So, but yeah, we're just gonna be chilling today. We're gonna do some reacts. We got a chubby electron guy. This video is about the real Patriot. Pretty much one of the characters, Mel Gibson's character from The Patriot is based off of, because he's based off of a mismatch of multiple characters, from what I know. Like all the guerrilla, like militia style fighters and people like that. So all the ones that conducted a lot of guerrilla warfare, the ungentlemanly warfare. So we're gonna watch that. I've got a couple of other videos. I do want to watch one cop video first, because that involves tumbleweaves, and it's gonna be funny. From what I know, this one's like one I've been looking for. I'm like, I want to actually react to it. I just couldn't remember who had it, and I finally found it. So we're gonna watch that one first. And then we're gonna get into the Pet Electrician one, because that one's like going to take a while. That one's probably going to eat up most of the waiting time for Beast of Reincarnation to come out. So, you know, we're just gonna be here and there and all over the place. We're gonna watch a lot of, like I said, we're gonna do stuff. Oh, by the way, I'm gonna be switching up that, like, at least 5 videos a week again that are just like the 6 p.m. videos, so it's all like reacts. Meanwhile, I'm still like finishing up Mega Man X8 and then like prepping myself, because I know the Zero series is rough. Zero series is pretty hard, so I'm gonna have to like mentally prepare myself for it. Also gotta get Legends and Legends 2 running for the Mega Man, for the Legends series, the Legacy series. So, but yeah, we got a lot going on, and we're gonna be getting into it. So wrong button to go for this. Nope. See, wrong button again. Wrong button. Push the button. Wrong button. So, but yeah, we're gonna be checking out some videos today. This came out 2 weeks ago, and it took me like practically 2 weeks to find it. So yeah, we're gonna start off, like I said, we're gonna start off with some police reaction. We're gonna look at some body cam footage. We're gonna watch people either fuck around with the cops, or cops fuck around with the wrong people. It's really hard. It's really rare that we find like videos of like police officers not being the good people in them. Because most of the time cops are actually doing their jobs and everything. Also, most of the time it is a cop fucking up and doing something. It's either like retired person, or they're drunk off duty, or they fucked up bad, and there's usually a dead body involved, and can't watch them as much. If it's like super blurred, we can watch it, but I'm just saying, like, usually it's like a bad shoot, and it's like, yeah. Oh, I did. I have not disabled the sub counter here. See? This is why you all exist. To remind me and bully me. All right. Anyways, so this is from the crime piece. I'm actually going to sub to them. This is from the crime piece. This the title of this video is "She Fired the Cop's Gun and Ruined Her Life." I only heard this video going on because I was watching Donut Operator stream when he watched this, so I didn't hear everything. So this is still like, I don't know exactly how everything goes down. I just heard blah blah. Shot my gun. I'm like, oh no. Oh, I know you do. Even Hero bullies me with love. Even though he's like, you know, he gives me shit about it. It's out of love because he cares, and he's like, dude, seriously, just let me know. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. Like, again, I'm a bad friend. I always make the jokes of being a bad friend. I'm really bad at keeping up with friends. Edge can tell you. I think it's like with Edge's stream streak, it was on and off like maybe once every 6 months that we'd be like, yo, you alive? So anyways, I digress to talk about that on a later date. But yeah, we're gonna watch this one. She fired the cop's gun. We can see we can see the big bump. We already know where this is gonna happen, but let's see how this goes. Because I have a feeling this is going to be good.
Police respond to a reported theft at a local Dollar General and quickly locate the suspects in a nearby residential neighborhood.
Okay, first, before we get into anything, seriously, you're gonna steal from a Dollar General? Come on, at least go Walmart. Dollar General's just, steal a couple of dollar candy bars. Like, what the fuck's at a Dollar General anymore? I don't know, because I don't have any around me. Don't encourage them.
Come here. Come here, both of you. Come here. Yes, you do. Come here. You are detained. Do not try to walk away. Come back over here. Do not try to walk away.
Wait, because you want this bag? Because this is my clothes. These are dirty clothes.
Step out of the roadway.
I don't have to step out of the roadway.
You do.
No, I don't.
Usual suspects. A loud one and a messed out one. We got a methany here. We've got a methany here.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
You were standing in the roadway. I'm telling you to step out of the roadway.
I was walking, and I don't have to stop and talk to you.
I am stopping you. You are stopped.
How are you stopping me?
Because you're stopped.
What, stop about what?
I'm investigating the shoplifting. You're stopped. You are detained. You try to leave.
You can't detain me for a shoplifting.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
Yeah, yes, he can. Yes, he can. The cop has every right to stop you if they give a description and you match the description. A cop has every right to stop and detain you for that brief moment. Could they be wrong and just be doing the typical, well, everyone you look the same as this? Yeah, because sometimes all you get is red hair, baggy shirt with print on it, and short shorts. What if there was like another person that was wearing just like what she's wearing, and he stopped them beforehand? We didn't get that body camera because that person was the innocent one, because they were just walking like, oh yeah, sure. Yeah, it's profiling, but at the same time, you still have to, like, if you complied, there's a good chance you can just walk away after a few minutes. Hi, Hero.
Said I stole. These are dirty clothes, baby. She said I stole out her store.
Okay.
These are dirty clothes.
Lay your bike down, please.
No, lay down, but
Perfect.
baby, these are dirty clothes. These are dirty clothes. These are.
Freaking Methanese on it. It's like, I'll put this down, but I'm going to keep, that's fine. He's detaining you guys right now. They're dirty now. I know, right?
Stuff, toothbrushes and stuff I already had, honey. You see this shit? This shit is I already had.
Okay. That looks perfectly clean. That looks like it just got...
Baby, this is Juicy Couture.
No, I'm talking about that red and black.
Baby, this is a swimming suit I got at a discount store.
Red and black right there.
This is my shirt.
That ain't even red and black.
What is you talking about red and black? What you talking about red and black? Because that was not on hold none of this stuff at all. Don't let stuff don't hold.
I love how she said they're all dirty, but like all that was like perfectly folded. Like it was all like perfectly folded.
None of this. You want to see my dirty panties too? Because a dollar store don't hold none of this type of stuff, baby, at all. So if you want to see my bras and stuff, that's fine.
And yes, please.
Shit, that stuff is not. Go scan it.
Wait, she's saying dollar store. Did he? I might have missed. Did he say that he was investigating a theft? Did he say the Dollar General? Because if he didn't, she just outed herself.
It's gonna show back. It don't have no dollar store stuff to it.
Okay.
Because I had my stuff sitting outside, and I asked her to bring my purse so I can get my card.
I'm telling you, you are not free to go. Okay. You can either step out of the roadway.
I don't think he did either.
Or get the...
So she just pretty much outed herself.
thrown in cuffs.
How you gonna throw me in the cuffs? You can't do that.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
Because I just showed you everything on my property. I know my rights.
No,
I
you
just showed
didn't.
you everything
No,
on my
you didn't.
property.
Oh my God.
And I don't have to show you really nothing.
I didn't ask you to. You just
But I
dumped
just
it out on
told
the
them
ground.
because they lied on me.
You still got a whole nother bag you haven't dumped
You
out.
can't go in my purse.
I didn't ask to. I'm telling you, get out of the roadway.
You're not gonna talk to me.
Like this entire time she's been outing herself, and he's like, the only thing he's asked, he's like, hey, I'm stopping you because of the shoplifting. Please get out of the road. That's all he stated. He hasn't done anything else. You are stopped. You are detained, but please get out of the road. And she, wow. Talk about guilty conscience. And then we got Methany over here. Like, she's like, no, I'm just parking my bike here, bags on the ground. I'm just going to sit down. I'm not going to do shit.
Me any type of way either.
Or just retarded, yeah.
Okay. You're making this way more complicated than it needs to be.
Because you stopping me for nothing.
I'm stopping you for something.
Yeah, you stopping me for nothing.
I'm not stopping you for nothing.
Oh my gosh.
So you can either step out of the roadway or I'm
Let me
gonna throw
get
you
my
in
stuff out
cuffs.
the car.
Yeah, she's like, she sat down and lit up a cigarette. She's like,
And then
this
from there,
bitch.
out of the road.
She's gonna get me in jail.
Baby,
Go get me in cuffs. I don't want to be here.
I don't have to talk to you at all.
I'm not asking you to talk.
I
I'm
don't
telling you
have talk
to get out of the
You can't
road.
even arrest me or stop me.
I
Or even
can't
detain
stop
me.
you.
You can stop me for what?
I'm investigating a theft. I have told you.
Listen, once I'm half a mile off away from there, you can't stop me for nothing.
No, I can.
He can. As soon as a theft is reported, cops are not loss prevention. Loss prevention, a lot of stores, you can't leave the premise at all. There are some companies that still allow you to. I'm not going to say which ones, just because it's funnier that way. But there are still some companies that allow you to, up to a certain distance. So you have to track your distance. And then there's a lot that once they're out the door and in the parking lot, you have to let them go, which is kind of BS. But if you're smart and you get out there and then you watch what vehicle they get in, you're already on the phone with cops. You pretty much give them everything you can. So, and then after that, it's all in the cops' hands, and the cops can stop you wherever. You could be 15 miles away from the store. The cops can stop you for the theft. Just saying. Give her the zap. I know, right?
Don't grab me. I'm
yeah.
pregnant. You grabbing it.
You're
I'm pregnant,
walking
you
away.
grabbing me.
Stop,
I am 3 months pregnant. Don't grab me. I'm 3 months pregnant. Don't grab me.
She's pregnant, guys. She's pregnant.
Don't grab me. Stop. Stop. Don't grab me. Help. He's beating on me. He's beating on me. Get off me. Please stop. Get off me. I'm pregnant. You grabbing on me, sir. Get off of me. Get off of me. Get off of me.
That's assault on a police officer.
Get off me. I'm
She
pregnant.
tripped.
And you just did this to me. Call the police. Let me record this. Record. Get off of me. Get him off of me. Get him off of me.
You're just, I know, right?
Get off of me.
Stop.
Get off of me. I'm pregnant. Record this. Call the police. I'm pregnant. He slammed me.
He is call the police. She's pregnant. Call the police. We're just waiting for her. Where's the sergeant? She's too dumb to realize that he's the police. She's saying call the police. He is the police.
Stop it, I'm pregnant. You're not gonna touch me.
Here's officer number 2. Okay.
Hey, quit. Back up! Back up!
Get up off me!
Back up!
Get up off me! Get up off me!
Sit up. You're got in cuffs. Let go. Stop. Let go of my gun. God damn it.
Oh. You hear that?
Cuffs. Let go. Stop. Let go of my gun. God damn it.
Why did you even
13 shot fired.
Oh.
Damn it.
You see him wind up too. He's like, no, hold on.
Shot fired.
Straight up fucking. I mean, that's technically legal use of force. She got her hand on the gun and pulled the trigger. He doesn't know if anyone's been shot yet. She's still resisting. Fucking lay her out. Are you serious? She just pulled the trigger on a gun. Oh, yeah, she got.
Stop. Let go of my gun. God damn it.
Wow, how'd she get her hand in there?
Why did you even have it outside?
Shot fired.
Oh my god, that's perfect.
Why did you even have it outside?
Shot fired.
You see him wind up, he's like, I shouldn't. Yeah, this is good use for. I'm willing to do this use force paperwork. The moment he's like, I'll do the use of force paperwork. Fuck it.
You stupid ass bitch. Yo. Fuck that shit, bitch. You want to kiss shit, bitch. You want to kill me today, hoe. Not kill me, bitch. Kill me, hoe. Kill me, bitch. Nah, bitch, you got to kill me, hoe. Bitch, fuck you, white ass hoe. Bitch, you on my stomach. I'm pregnant. Call the police. I am pregnant. Call the police. Help me. Call the police.
Yeah, in the tussle, her weave fell off. Again, tumbleweaves.
Call the police. Call the police. Call the police. Call the police.
Shut up, lady.
Call the police.
Oh my god. Base old man. Base old man. He's walking up. Shut up. Shut up, lady. Shut up.
I'm pregnant.
Sit
Shut
down.
up.
Keep your mouth shut.
Quit walking away. Sit down. Sit down.
Call the police.
Don't you move. Sit
Get
down.
away from my house.
Mom.
You ain't put shit
Shut
in
your
my
mouth.
face. Look at my face. That's what the officer did to me.
Shut up. Shut up. Just keep your mouth shut. Keep your mouth shut.
Shut up.
It has a lot to do
I'm
with me.
pregnant.
I checked my leg.
Oh man, that old man is so great. I know they are the police. Call the police. They are the police.
Keep your mouth shut. Keep your mouth shut.
Pregnant.
Oh, this officer's EMS certified. Man, you got shit jobs then. Sorry. Like, that's actually really great when you do see officers that are EMS certified. That means they're like, they really don't want to use their guns because you don't want to render aid to a person that's not, unless you're the only one there. But they're always great because those are the ones that can keep someone alive long enough for paramedics to show up. Or at least tell you that your orbital socket's broken because you pulled the trigger on a gun that was holstered in an officer's belt. And you deserved it.
Keep your mouth
Tell me I'm pregnant.
Keep your mouth
And he's
afraid my
saying,
pregnancy-
I love the fact that that old man is standing on the grass away from the police officers, bent over, just berating this woman. And he's just like, you're dumb. You're stupid. Shut the fuck up. That's all he's doing. And the cops aren't telling him to back off because he's not getting closer. He just leaned in closer and went, that is shit. He's like, I'm not approaching you anymore. I'm just staying right here out of a driveway and on the grass. Out of the street.
Top of me. I'm straight my spray. He's on top of me.
Her weave,
Stand up.
her
Put your hands behind your back.
her weave, her earrings, all of it.
I didn't do anything.
Doesn't matter, you're an accessory at this point.
I didn't do anything. I sat down and
She
got
just tried to take my gun. She's lucky she's alive.
What does that have to do with me, though?
You're here with her.
What that have nothing to do
Accessory.
with me. I
Accessory
did
to the
not
crime.
do that.
Unfortunately. If you had just stayed over there and shut up and not said anything, they probably would have been like, you were with her? Yep, I watched the entire thing. Do you need anything from me? Okay. Yeah, accessory after the fact. Yep.
Yeah, I didn't even fucking do anything.
Doesn't matter.
Like, you're
Accessory.
putting me in handcuffs for no reason. I did not do anything.
Sit down.
Okay, don't be so rude.
Shut up.
You slammed me, you punched me in my face, you bitch. Yeah, you punched me in my face, you feel like a bitch.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, wait. What is he going to say?
You slammed me, you punched me in my face, you bitch. Yeah, you punched me in my face, you feel like a bitch.
Yeah, I did punch you in your face.
You punched me in my face, bitch. Bitch, like
Not looking forward to it, and he's going to get his ass chewed. Even though it's not his fault, he's going to get his ass chewed no matter what. Is the fact that she was able to slip her finger into the holster and pull the trigger on his gun. And he is, I would be furious because I'm like, that's paperwork that I didn't want to fucking have to do. That's why, like, he thought about it for that second and then he just punched her because he's like, do I want to do this? I'm going to have to write the paperwork for the gun for shots fired anyways. Fuck it.
You good?
She tried to take my gun.
Yeah, I don't think it doesn't look like anyone was. We don't know where the bullet went.
I don't know yet. We just got her in custody. We got these two detained.
Who's hit?
Nobody's here.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Well, because like the thing that people forget is police work's kind of boring because 90% of the job is paperwork. Like you see a cop sitting there and you speed by them, they don't catch you. It's not because they weren't paying attention. It was because they're like, I'm not doing that paperwork. I'm still working on paperwork right now. But he's probably pissed off he's pissed off at the paperwork for the shots fired. He's hoping no one got shot because he couldn't see behind him. So he has no clue. He's like, the only person that was behind was Bethany over here. So he doesn't know if she's been shot or anything. She's up and moving. So he's like, okay, cool. And then it's I'm going to get chewed out. Like he's got 3 stages of, out of those 3 stages, the paperwork's probably the least stressful one. It's just there. It's annoying.
Basically, send in the EMS non-code.
You said nobody's hit, right?
No, she grabbed my gun and somehow squeezed the trigger while we were fighting. Yeah, I already said no. I thought I told her that on the radio.
They said if someone hit, and somebody said yeah.
I said no, nobody's. I said we're 10-4, but I said we're still fighting.
Somebody said did you have somebody
She was
hit?
screaming, saying, because after she did that, I punched her in the face.
Yeah.
Ow. That's why there's 1, 2. There's 5 cruisers. So the initial cruiser here, this is the cruiser the officer were in the body cam of, whose gun went off. And then these 3 cruisers just showed up because they heard, because when he said 10-4, she was screaming so loud that they heard someone's been hit.
Right where she's at.
no, I'm trying to get her off me because I'm afraid you slammed me to my stomach.
She is not shutting up. Shut up, woman.
You was on top of me. You was on top of me.
Oh, and there's another police cruiser there.
Casey
On top
anywhere?
of me.
Probably
You
still
was
in
on
there.
top of me.
I don't know.
Yeah, there's another officer there. Oh, looks like there's a puppers there. That's 6 officers.
Anyway, I want top teeth, and I want top. I need to try to get a head person. I want a head person right now.
Your mag's so full.
there it is.
Didn't eject the casing. Oh, because that looks like a Glock. So probably what happened is because when she pulled the trigger, how most cops holsters are, the holster band was over where the slide went, so the slide went back for a brief second and stopped, so it couldn't eject the shell, which is good, but it's also bad because if it had become a gunfight, well, then he's stuck. I know, right? Fucking grab her, tase her, feed her to the dog.
You want to hold that for me?
Thankfully, no one got shot.
It went off in the holster when she was trying to get it.
There's a bullet somewhere.
Yeah.
There's a round
take my
somewhere.
gun?
Oh, Sarge is here.
She got her finger in there somehow.
Yeah, shot?
Yeah. Ludo's got the casing. Because it was still in the chamber when it happened.
Are you hit?
No, I'm not hit. I'm good.
That would have been the other thing, because that is a lot of adrenaline. The chance of when she pulled the trigger, it shot into him could have been, who is there? And he's just now going, oh shit, yeah, no, I actually haven't checked myself to see if I got shot by my own service weapon. That would have, that would have sucked. That would have.
Okay.
It's probably all fucked up.
I just blew the cap off.
Yeah. We're fighting her.
Oh, it shot out the fucking. He probably actually has a cut on his leg from the plastic. So because they are plastic, so the bottom is like solid. So when she pulled the trigger, it blew out that piece of plastic out there.
While we were fighting, she got her hand around and was grabbing my gun. And I don't know if she somehow got her finger in there. I don't know how she would have, but one way or another, it went off while we were fighting. Casey never ejected because the gun was still in my holster. But she was trying to get the gun out of the holster while we were fighting her. Right where she's at. And then I punched her in the face, and then we eventually got her in the cuffs. Yeah, I'm not here. Yeah, I'm good.
Sarge making sure. Sarge making sure.
Somebody was bleeding. Well, she was bleeding a little bit from the
Tyler,
scuffle.
Texas. Wow, yeah, you're lucky that you didn't get fucking just evaporated after pulling the trigger there, lady. Texas cops don't mess around, especially like Tyler. Tyler's a smaller town. She's lucky. She's very lucky that no one's fucking tasing her right now. Shut the fuck up.
Which one?
The black lady.
The black lady?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then after I got her hand off, I punched her in the face. And then we got her turned around, got her in cuffs. That's what she's mad about. She don't give a shit about the gun going off or her trying to take my gun. She's mad because I punched her in the face.
Yeah, she keeps on repeating it.
Kept on repeating it. Well, yeah.
Probably. For all that shit right there.
Caught a felony for taking an officer's, attempting to take an officer's gun over a ticket. Yeah.
Yeah, over a ticket. Yeah.
Bitch, I'm gonna make you shoot me in my face. Bitch, you hurt me, bitch. Hurt me, because I love threats. Bitch, hurt now. Bitch, hurt me. Nigga, what the fuck you mean? Hurt me, bitch, hurt me, bitch.
The M-bomb.
Nah, bitch, I've been saying something without the cuff, hoe.
Or just casually dropping the M-bomb. Makes sense, I mean. Usual suspects and all. Wrong town. Yeah, this is Tyler, Texas.
Get off of me. Bitch, I will make you shoot me, hoe. Bitch, you gonna pop my motherfucking shoulder, hoe. Bitch, you stupid ass bitch. Yeah, put me on the grass, hoe. Put me wherever you gonna put me.
Woman, shut the fuck
I don't want
up.
a man touching me, period. I don't want y'all touching me, period. Get the fuck off me. Fuck y'all hoe ass cowards, oh pigs. Bitch, get the fuck
Oh,
off
that
me.
if she had
Fucking white
kicked a little
bitches.
bit higher and broke the
Fuck off
glass,
me.
that's destruction of government property. But
Yeah, put me here, bitch. Yeah, bitch, I hope you die, hoe.
will eventually.
Bitch,
It's right on, it's right on,
bitch.
officer.
Bitch, you better hope
He was
they
near
give me out
Nixon.
just 'cause I'm
I
Main
don't.
Street
I don't think
Kyle.
Tyler was. I didn't think it was near. Granted, the only like real area of Texas I know is DFW. So
The fuck you, man? Get your bitch ass off me. Don't touch me, bitch. I'm already in the seat, bro.
and San
Fucking
Antonio,
touch me.
I want to take photos of her real quick.
Bitch, you ain't finna
near
take no
San
photos of me, huh?
Antonio, I should
Take a
say.
photo with my ass, bitch. My back, bitch. How about that? Take a photo of that, bitch. Kiss my motherfucking ass, what you can do.
Well, I need to take pictures of your injuries. I'm just trying to take pictures of your
We'll get it at the jail.
Okay.
We'll get it at the jail.
We'll get it at the jail.
I'm pregnant, bitch. You can't deny me, motherfucking sir.
Who's taking her? Who scores this?
I almost would have been like, when she started going, just slam the door. Just straight up slam the door.
I'm pregnant, bitch. You can't deny me, motherfucking sir.
Who's taking her? Who scores this?
Me.
Me? Oh. Oh, she's all tired. Did she check herself out? Just straight up walk up, look at her, spit. Put the spit mask on her. Like immediately, she had to have spit in the car on the ride up. So he was like, "Nah, we ain't doing this shit."
All right, come on, Brianna.
No.
Let's go.
Get to it, I mean. You
Okay,
not finna keep sucking at me. Let me turn my fucking leg.
Come on. I'm trying to help you out.
I want you to help me out. Y'all ain't trying to help me do a bitch ass
We'll
thing.
get out of the vehicle for me.
Nigga, fuck you, man. Help me out.
All right, I'm
Fuck
trying to
this
help
off my
you
head.
get out of the vehicle. No.
Get this off my head, bro.
Nope.
I'm not gonna do
All right,
this on my
I'm
head.
gonna make you get out of the vehicle.
We're gonna remove you from the vehicle.
Damn, I'm gonna make you get out of the
Y'all
vehicle.
on me already. Do whatever you gotta do. Break whatever you gotta break. Break. Do whatever you gotta do. That's where my
Technically, she's giving consent to it, so if they have to break something, you can't sue the department for it because you gave consent. Be careful what you say. Saying.
head to the wall. We at it, bitch.
Oh, damn, she almost ran into the wall.
Do whatever y'all gotta
She
do,
almost did.
bro. Break my arm.
She almost ran her own head into the wall. The cop stopped her like, no, we're not dealing with a concussion here.
Right? Y'all punch me like your officer. Nah, punch me. Nah, punch me like your officer did. Bitch, y'all punch me. Cause y'all a whole bunch of fucking niggas punch me like your other officer did, bitch. That's what y'all can do. I don't give a fuck about now. Y'all think you can stop my mother head.
The only people that hold on. Did I lose connection? Sorry, I just saw my my stream sit there or more of my chat say connecting to stream. I'm like, ah shit. But I'm not dropping frames, everything looks good, so we're good. We're good. False alarm, sorry. No, the amount she's dropping the N-bomb, I'm like, man, those are rookie numbers. You need to get them up. I heard white people say it more than you do. That happened to you earlier? Okay. It could just be a random refresh.
I don't know how you looking at me. What the fuck I do?
Have a seat for me, man.
Nah, I'm not having no seat.
Okay, stand there.
Get this out my head. Bro, get out my head. Y'all not finna manage this and try to cold shit and not show my face, bro.
The suspect later pleaded guilty to
Damn. Yeah, that's it's might not be a broken orbital socket, but that's a damaged orbital socket. Damn. He got her good. He got real good. Fucking swollen eye and all.
aggravated assault against a public servant, harassment of a public servant, and possession of a controlled substance. She was sentenced to 40 years in state prison.
Holy shit. Wait, what? Well, it's Texas. So she got aggravated assault against a public servant, harassment of a public servant, and possession of controlled substance.
Controlled substance.
And she got 40 years.
She was sentenced to 40 years in state prison.
This is Texas, though. You don't fuck Texas and Florida. You just don't fuck around. Well, there are certain cities you can kind of fuck around and be okay. But most of those the outside the major cities in those states, you don't fuck around because they don't fuck around. You do stupid shit, you win stupid prizes, and those stupid prizes sometimes are 40 years, and it's deserved. Yeah, you can't. Yeah, there's like one city in Florida that you can fuck around with, and even then, it's still not as bad as like Austin, Texas. In the how much shit you can get away with, and that's Miami in Florida. Miami is like the one city that you can kind of fuck around with and not get like severeness to it, but it's still pretty severe. They're not fucking around. Granted, then you go south and then you go to Key West, and then yeah, the amount of people that fuck around in Key West, it's like, yeah. So I got into a bar fight, and next thing they know, they're serving 5 years because it's Key West because they accidentally kicked a chicken. You know, is the only place. Yeah, is that? But yeah, there's very few, like even in Texas, like Austin. I think Austin you can get away with a lot more. Just saying because of how it is. But there are a lot of other like cities that you don't get to. But yeah, everyone, that was the crime piece. Go check them out. That was great. That was a good fun one. Austin and Dallas, yeah. Dallas is another one, yeah, that you can fuck around. Which is funny because if you go to Fort Worth, it's a little bit different. It's a lot different. So it just depends on where you are in that Dallas Fort Worth area. So I'm pretty sure it's bled over more in Fort Worth. Anyways, I digress. But yeah, that was Crime Piece. That was great, guys. She got rocked. She deserved it though. She deserved it. Listen, you don't try and take a cop's gun. Don't sneak your hand into a police officer's holster and pull the trigger. You're gonna get punched in the face. Saying, don't do stupid things. That was because I heard that I'm like I gotta watch this later, but I never saw like aftermaths or anything like that. One of those things, like I love, like when Happy and I watched Hot Fuzz. The one thing that is probably the funniest part about that movie is, you know, you have all the police action and everything, but what's the one thing they highlight the most and they try and make look super dramatic? Paperwork. Because that's the one thing cops like, sometimes you got paperwork and you're like, well, yeah, you're like, they all have paperwork to do whenever they do anything, whether it's a ticket. Like tickets, usually not so much, unless it's a major ticket. Things like that, like reckless driving, but they didn't make an arrest, stuff like that. They have to. But the more severe it gets, you know, use of force, shots fired, you know, things like that, wrestling suspects, arrests, that all takes paperwork. And sometimes the paperwork's really easy and you're like, okay, this is time, date, this is what happened, this is the situation, this is what I need to do. You know, suspect comply, suspect was arrested, read rights, suspect is in custody at this current moment. File done. Cool. Awesome. And then you get, all right, shots fired. While wrestling suspect who was resisting arrest, suspect, you know, flipped hand into holster of into the holster where my gun was situated, was trying to remove gun, flipped finger, and was able to pull trigger, firing the gun. Example, shell casing in evidence bag, blah, blah, blah. In fact, I responded over radio, shots fired, all 10-4, suspect still resisting, punch suspect, use of force paperwork. So there's more paperwork. You're like, sometimes, and it just depends because some areas, some are a little more lenient about how you do. Some want like looks when you have a use of force or shots fired, and so it just depends. Like that's most of the job of a police officer. I say 90%. It's not actually. It's like 70%. Because the other 30% is you're out patrolling, you're stopping people speeding, or you're actually dealing with crime, or you're doing arrest. But most of the time, it's paperwork. Most of your time on the clock is paperwork. You work 12 hours a day, and like 8 of your hours is like the amount of paperwork you have to do. Unless you're just a patrol cop that's pulling people over, then your paperwork's a lot. Not as much. It's like 15-minute traffic stop, 15 minutes worth of paperwork. 50-50. It really does. It really all just depends on the department and what you're doing, what the thing is. But, you know, I still respect them for that. And a lot of officers don't mind doing the paperwork. It's just one of those, that dreaded thing of, I'm going to have to do this. And then they get to do it, and then they do it, and it's no biggie. It's just that in the moment, you're like, oh, great, now I got to do this. Anyways. All right, everyone, we are going to watch a Fat Electrician video because I always enjoy his stuff. I enjoy watching his stuff and Brandon Herrera's stuff. I love watching Cody's stuff, Donut Operator stuff, but his stuff, it mimics a lot of my stuff, and I don't want to like overlap and all that weird stuff. Not to mention, like, his main channel is all breakdowns of shootings, and then his clips channel, which I love. I love actually watching all his clip stuff, even if I watch it in the stream. It just feels weird reacting to a person reacting to the body camera instead of getting told a story and then we're reacting, giving our 2 cents. So that's the only reason I don't do donut stuff, because I'm technically doing donut stuff here without donut around. The thing. But anyways, guys, we're gonna watch the Fat Electrician. This is the real Patriot, Francis the Swamp Fox Marion. 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 Yeah, Marion. Blah. Words are hard. So let's check this out. This is apparently like who Mel Gibson's character is, like the main person Mel Gibson's character is based off of, from what I know. I'm only guessing because like I heard bits and pieces. But anyways, let's get into this.
All right, some of you probably already know this, but in case you don't, and before you ask, yes, this is the main inspiration for Mel Gibson's character in the movie The Patriot. Today we're talking about, in my opinion, the most important militia leader and guerrilla warfare fighter in American history. Ladies and gentlemen, after the Revolutionary forces suffered a crushing defeat at the Battle of Camden, the British believed that they had driven out any resistance they had in the South. They believed that the South was won. But what the British don't know is that there is still one man standing in their way, a French and Indian.
By the way, the South at this time, because it's the founding of our nation, of the United States, primarily, of our nation. Most of the people that are watching my stuff come from. Anyways, the founding of the nation. The South was South Carolina, North Carolina, Virginia. That's about it, because we didn't have a West Virginia yet. It wasn't Tennessee. We didn't have Tennessee yet. Tennessee doesn't come until like the 800s. Right? Oh god, my history is failing me. I need to open up a history book. I'm being stupid. But that's a That's just because I'm forgetting history and I need to stop and remember history. But anyways, yeah, that's about the South. Because we had 13, most of the colonies were the North, but I think the Southern started in Virginia and South. So yeah.
Indian war veteran that has been doing nothing for the past 15 years but being
Really?
a humble indigo
I did not know
farmer in
that.
South Carolina.
I did not know Virginia had no counties.
His name is Francis Marion. He is 48 years old. He is 5'4", 115 pounds, and has a bum leg.
Short motherfucker. Of course the British couldn't get him. Always the short ones you gotta watch out for because they're squirrely. They can hide places.
But despite his small stature, he is about to prove himself to be the biggest pain in the ass for the British in the entire American Revolution by launching one of, if not the most successful guerrilla warfare campaigns of all time. So successful, in fact, that the British would wind up sending out over half a dozen death squads led by their best field officers to hunt him down, only for them to ultimately remark, and I quote, "The devil himself couldn't catch him," earning him the nickname the Swamp Fox. And we're going to get into all of it right after word from our sponsor.
Delete me. Why do you have the same guns?
They look similar, but they're different. That one's 5.56, and that one's 300 Blackout. It's my second favorite set of twins.
Then I'm...
This guy's priority straight. I can about
I'm gonna get a new purse.
You have enough purses.
And you have enough guns.
Damn it. This video is brought to you by Delete
You
Me.
never have
Super
enough
simple,
guns.
straightforward business model.
More
You
guns.
give them money, they turn around and they make sure the
I
data
was.
brokers on the internet aren't
I'm
selling your
struggling
personal
with you.
information to anybody that wants to buy it. Okay, here's how this works. Pretty much anytime you sign up for something that's free on the internet and you give them your personal information, it's
Because
not actually
I
free.
know.
They make their money by turning around and selling your personal
When
information
we-
to data brokers
when we
who then
see
turn
each
around
other,
and
I'm
sell
gonna
it to
be
the
like,
highest bidder.
dumb.
Now, legally speaking, these data brokers are required to stop selling your information if you ask them to. The problem is there's a ton of different data brokers. You
While
don't know
he's
which
talking
ones
about
have your
Delete Me,
information, and they
by the
all
way,
have a
join
different way
Delete
you
Me.
have to go through submitting an opt-out
Right, check
request.
my,
And that's where
log.
Delete Me comes in. They monitor all of the major data brokers, and they will submit opt-out requests automatically for you. And then they will continue to monitor those data brokers constantly and resubmit opt-out requests if that data broker re-gets your information. Basically, the oversimplified version of this is Delete Me is a subscription service that allows everything that's free on the internet to actually be free. So yeah, if you want to go check them out, I'll have a link in the discount code down below. Let's get back to the video. All right.
Again, go check out Delete Me. Sorry. I had to check my laundry and realized I didn't start my last load. Go figure. I swear I hit the button and it just didn't take. Fine. It is what it is. Anyways. Join Delete Me, guys. Delete Me is really good. I will still stand by it. Really cool to get a Delete Me sponsorship when working big enough. Because I would love that. Because I use it. I use Delete Me. Great. I get less spam calls. I get less spam emails. There's stuff that you can't avoid, but you know what? At least my phone's not ringing off the hook because Kroger sold my information to someone, and they're like, "Would you like? We're calling you about your car's extended warranty." Shut the fuck up.
Per usual from the top, but also I'm going to hurry this up because I want to get to all the cool stuff. All right, our story begins in 1732 when a young Francis Marion is born. When he is born, he is presumably premature because he is a very, very small baby, being compared to the size of a New York rabbit. In modern times, he would probably spend the first weeks or months of his life inside of a NICU under extensive care from a hospital, but because it's 1732, that's not really an option.
He dies.
But Francis Marion's a fighter. He pulls through. From here, he proceeds to spend most of his early childhood growing up on his family's 350-acre farm right outside of Charleston with his mom, his dad, and his 5 siblings. Somewhere along the way, Francis Marion's dad decides that he's not going to be a farmer anymore. He's going to be a merchant instead, so he moves the family over to Georgetown, and he spends the rest of his childhood growing up there. Now, presumably, that does not go very well because Francis Marion dad promptly loses all of the family's money and then passes away when Francis Marion's a teenager. At this point in time, Francis Marion is the oldest sibling still living at home. All of his older siblings.
I mean, that makes sense. I mean, So farming back then was a struggle. Like you had to do a lot of work to make money, but you can make really good money, and you're a landowner, so that's kind of a huge thing there. So if you go and you demote yourself to a merchant, you lose even more money. So it's like usually you want to go from like being a merchant to a farmer, not a farmer to a merchant, unless you're like going into retirement. Then that's a different story.
Have gotten married, started their own families, and they all got an inheritance, but by the time it's Francis Marion's turn, there's nothing left to inherit. So he comes to the realization that like somewhere between 14 and 16 years old, he's gonna have to fend for himself. He's gonna have to get a job. He's in Georgetown, one of the biggest port cities in the United States at this point in time, so he figures, hey, I might as well go off, become a merchant sailor. Maybe I can become a ship captain one day. I'll make a ton of money, and I'll be able to join the aristocracy. I'll be part of higher class society. So that's what he does. Goes out to the port, gets a job on a ship that's crewed by himself and 5 other guys, and they set sail on his first voyage, his first adventure. And then 2 days into that adventure, the ship suffers a catastrophic malfunction and the entire thing sinks, and now the crew is stranded at sea in a life raft with no food and no water. They basically have to paddle their happy asses all the way back.
That sucks. I'm going to go sail the 7 seas. I'm going to be a captain of my own ship. Go see the world. It's going to be amazing. 2 days into the journey, bad storms, boat sinks. Fuck this shit.
To South Carolina. During that process, 2 of the crew members die, and Francis Marion and the remaining 3 are all severely dehydrated and malnourished.
Our greatest adventure is over before it began, and no one will even remember us.
But Francis Marion survives. He makes it back to Georgetown, at which point he promptly decides, fuck that sailing thing, I'm never doing that again. He then decides to become a hunter and wanders into the swamps of South Carolina, where he makes his money killing animals. And he does that for about the next 5 years. He becomes an excellent shot, he becomes an expert in this type of terrain, and he knows the entire countryside like the back of his hand.
Stick with me, kid. I know this town like the back of my hand. Hey, that's new.
Okay, fast forward, 1755, Francis Marion is 22 years old, and his mom and his older brother Gabriel decide they want to move to St. John, and Francis Marion decides that he's going to go with them. Shortly after getting to St. John, his older brother Gabriel marries a woman from the aristocracy, and he is given a pretty large estate, at which point he gives a portion of it to his younger brother, Francis Marion. He uses that land to become a pretty successful rice and indigo farmer. Now, by this point in time, the French...
Huh, interesting. Okay.
Indian Wars going on. People are worried about attacks from Native Americans, so Francis Marion joins the St. John's militia, and it's basically just like the standing army in case the Native Americans attack. He's not actually going out there and engaging in combat. Essentially, it's just a bunch of local guys that get together and drill and train with their rifles after church on Sunday. That goes on for a number of years, and then in 1759, Francis Marion gets directly involved.
God,
all right, important background info, just so we're all on the same page. The French and Indian War, real quick, real dirty, oversimplified version of what's happening. The British and the French are both basically trying to colonize North America. They're fighting each other to do it, and they have both teamed up with different Native American tribes to go to war with one another. Initially, the Cherokee are teamed up with the British, and they help the British take over some French forts, and they say that they were promised in exchange for helping the British take this French fort that they would be paid in horses, which are extremely valuable at the time. So they go out, they take the fort, at which point the Cherokee go back to the British, and they're like, okay, hey, we did the thing. We'd like to get paid with our horses now. And the British are like, we never agreed to that. I don't know what you're talking about. At which point the Cherokee are understandably pretty pissed off, and they're looking around and there's like, well, there's all these farmers all over the place. They're British. They got horses. The British promised us horses. We're taking these fucking horses. So they take a bunch of farmers' horses in Virginia. Okay, that's the view of the Cherokee. Pretty understandable. From the view of the farmers who just had their horses stolen, they don't really know what the fuck is going on. They don't know that the British military promised the Cherokee a bunch of horses and then stiffed them, so they stole their horses instead, just assuming, you know, British people is British people. So as far as the farmers are concerned, they're just a bunch of horse thieves. And what do you do to horse thieves back in the 1700s? You kill them. So all the Virginian guys get a group of boys together, they go out, they track down the Cherokee, they kill them, and they get their horses back. This kicks off the Anglo-Cherokee War, which is a smaller sub-war fought within the broader context of the French and Indian War. So now with things heating up, getting more serious, Francis Marion goes from being in the St. John's militia to joining the actual regimental provincial cavalry for the British, which is not a militia unit, it's the actual British military. So Francis Marion sets off on...
So again, this all comes from a misunderstanding. It was the English. They backtracked a lot on stuff. I know why Napoleon was kind of an asshole to them. Saying.
A campaign against the Cherokee Nation with the actual British military, not the militia, not a bunch of farmers that picked up muskets and brown vests from back home. No, this is the actual legitimate military, the best fighting force on the world at this point in time, and this is who Francis Marion is working with and being trained under. Actual British officers, actual British career soldiers. So while he's out on this campaign, he sees and learns how the British military actually works, how the officers think, how they prepare for battle, and most importantly, how fucking arrogant they are.
These are not the open battlefields to which you're accustomed.
I have fought in a great many battlefields.
Not in the New World, sir.
The British military thinks that they're untouchable. They go marching in their formations thinking that this is going to be, you know, a conventional war fought back home in Europe in a big open field where everybody marches up and forms ranks and then stands there and takes shots at each other like a true gentleman.
Yeah, we're watching the real patriot, Francis the Swamp Fox Marion. Of course, he's right in the start where they're pretty much talking about during the French and Indian War and how pretty much the British and the Americans wiped out the Cherokee because of a misunderstanding. And again, not really fully the Cherokee's fault, kind of their fault, but not all their fault. The British were really good about going, yeah, we'll give you this, and then going, I never said that. Oh. Jameson said that. Jameson, did you say anything? No, I didn't say anything to that bloody man about that. Oh, see, Jameson didn't say anything, so you must have misheard.
Type of warfare, and the Native Americans aren't playing that bullshit. They keep ambushing the British, taking pop shots at them from trees, and then disappearing into the woods. And this goes on for 3 years. From 1759 to 1761, Francis Marion goes out on 3 expeditions with the British against the Cherokee Nation. During this time, Francis Marion kind of makes a name for himself. He's a small, wiry guy. He knows the terrain. He's got great conditioning. He's built for this type of warfare in this type of terrain. He grew up being a hunter for profit. He knows how to operate under these conditions. Because of that, he winds up becoming an officer, put in charge of light infantry companies, and his companies operate as the scouting element for the main force. And they're also being supported by another Native American tribe that's helping out the British in their war against the Cherokee, the Catawba. So while the rest of the main force is back marching in formations, waiting to get...
That's the other thing to always remember. People always, a lot of people, stolen land thing. We're not going to go into that entire debacle because it's stupid. But a lot of people are like, yeah, but the Native Americans the Indians were so peaceful. Really? Because they constantly fought each other over land. There were a few nomadic tribes that would move from area to area, like in certain zones, and avoid other Indian tribes so they didn't have to fight them. But if they had to fight, they fought. Like, Indian tribes fought a lot. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of different tribes at some point in time, and they probably a lot of them got wiped out by other Indian tribes and got absorbed into them. It's just human nature at this point.
Ambushed and then trying to form up lines and then shoot at the trees while the Native Americans are already gone. Francis Marion's out there ahead, operating in small unit tactics, doing the same thing the Native Americans are doing by launching raids, ambushes, and then disappearing. So now Francis Marion has not only experience with conventional British military fighting tactics, but also the guerrilla warfare tactics that are being implemented by the Native Americans that he has seen firsthand are capable of stalling and beating a much larger, much better equipped force. And this is usually where the analysis of how Francis Marion became such a badass guerrilla fighter ends. But another YouTuber and historian, Zach Masick over at Dead Warrior Society, who has studied Francis Marion pretty extensively.
Guys, go check out Dead Warrior Society. They're actually really good about, Zach's really good about everything, about talking about like a lot of older stuff. Like he does anything like, I think Vietnam and prior, but he does a lot of like older war style stuff, like from Crusades and the Aztecs, stuff like that.
And it's done like 5, 6, 7 videos that are almost an hour long just on Francis Marion. made an important discovery. On this third expedition that Francis Marion was on, there was 13 men that had previously served in the French and Indian War under Robert Rogers as Rangers, and they were in Francis Marion's unit. Okay, if you don't know, Robert Rogers is like considered to be the first American Special Forces badass ever. This is why the 75th Ranger Regiment is called the Rangers, because of Robert Rogers and his Rangers. He literally developed the rules for ranging. He pioneered frontier combat, counter-guerrilla warfare, elite light infantry tactics, long-range reconnaissance. This guy started all of it. And now Francis Marion is working shoulder to shoulder and presumably learning from those guys. So not only is Francis Marion learning conventional British military tactics from the British, learning guerrilla warfare from the Native Americans, he's also learning counter-guerrilla warfare and elite light infantry tactics from the guys that started all of it, Robert Rogers Rangers. And that's just on the tactical side. He learns a lot about leadership, specifically what not to do, from the British officer in charge of the entire expedition, Archibald Montgomery. Now, Francis Marion got his initial training from British officers and professional British military, so he's a...
So I feel like, I swear I've heard Montgomery. I think if I remember right, Montgomery was not a good officer. Like, a lot of people did not like him as an officer. He was like too hard ass, too like, yeah, he was conventional and British officer, but he was like a super hard ass, and just like, if you were like slightly out of like regulations, you were pretty much, you know, stuff like that. Give me 1 second, everyone. I'm going to use the bathroom. I really need to pee real quick. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Really need to pee. When you're drinking water and then you've got a fan blowing on you, so you've got cold air, kind of have to go sometimes.
Very strict disciplinarian. That is his preference. He wants all of his men to have perfect uniforms, act like gentlemen, yada, yada, yada. Archibald Montgomery presumably wants the same exact thing. However, it just doesn't really work out, and Francis Marion gets to see that firsthand. Being a strict disciplinarian is fine when you're like back at base and living conditions are good, but when you're marching men hundreds of miles through the woods and everybody's living in the woods and living conditions suck and logistics are failing, being a strict disciplinarian about uniform doesn't really jive that well. Because of this, Francis Marion gets to see firsthand that if you're a strict disciplinarian while you're also working your men really hard in not the greatest conditions, you'll have guys that are playing up their injuries to get out of the field. You'll have guys deserting, and particularly because the British are still being helped by another Native American tribe, the Catawba, a lot of these Native American guerrilla fighters that are assisting the British initially end up saying screw this, and they go home because they weren't being treated that great. So Francis Marion gets a lot of lessons in leadership about morale and who you can push, how hard you can push them, and when is the right time to do so. Obviously, a professional soldier, you can push and hold to a higher standard than a guerrilla fighter that's just trying to help you out. But all that's not going to matter until later, because right now they are about to enter a battle known as Etochi Pass. Now, Etochi Pass is basically the gateway to the Cherokee Nation. If they can punch through right here where the Cherokee have a massive defensive position up on a hill, they're going to be able to basically have free reign on the rest of the Cherokee Nation, destroy them, and win the war. Francis Marion and his platoon of some 30-odd men are...
Yeah, because I think by this time, the French-Indian War is technically over for the most part. It's just cleanup, but because of the Cherokee, it extended out, but it's now just the English and the American colonies versus the Native Americans against the Indians.
are basically the tip of the
I gotta
spear. They are
remember
leading
a
their way
lot
up
of
this hill,
a
and they
lot
get
of them
about
actually
midway up this hill
rather
when
be
the
called
Cherokee
Indians than
launch their
Native
ambush.
Americans.
But because they're so far up this hill, most of the men that are hit in this ambush
they're like,
are the men
"We're
further
Indians,
behind
fuck
them
it."
at the base of the hill.
All right, cool.
So most of Marion's men survive the initial ambush, and from here the battle devolves into a long-range skirmishing firefight for the next 4 to 6 hours. And the only reason it stops is because the Cherokee literally run out of ammunition and are forced to retreat. From here, the British are able to punch through Edo-Chi Pass into Cherokee territory, and Archibald Montgomery issues the order to his men to basically kill everybody and lay waste to everything. They burn down approximately
Literally salt the earth. I mean, it war's hell, but sometimes that's the only option you have. If you're fighting someone that's just, they're not going to give up, sometimes you have to salt the earth. Like, it sounds horrible, it really does, but sometimes that's the only way you can get them to stop and go, yeah, we fucked up, we're sorry.
15 Native American settlements and burned down approximately 15,000 acres of corn, basically starving out the entire Cherokee Nation. Francis Marion sees all of this unfold and he is absolutely disgusted. He writes back home to friends about how some of the men are seemingly joyful doing it because they're enacting revenge, because obviously the Cherokee had done horrible things to them and their friends, and they're getting revenge, so they're happy about it. And Francis Marion is just disgusted by the entire thing. In one of his letters, he said that he was almost reduced to tears watching these events unfold.
Soon after the Cherokee broke their treaty with the French.
Yeah, see, and that's the hard part. Like, again, compassion in war is good, but it's also a hindrance. Don't get me wrong. To be compassionate towards the enemy unless the enemy shows no remorse. Now, should you be joyful? No. I get like, but I get it. I get the joyfulness too. When the entire time you've been sitting there fighting and the people you're fighting are like taking joy in like murdering you and everything, and then you get that revenge, like murdering your friends and everything, and you get that revenge. Yeah, absolutely, I get that, but composure. You don't want to show the enemy that you're getting joy from something, because then they're going to turn you into being a monster, which they're going to use to garner sympathy against you. So if you show compassion, but you can't show too much compassion. You kind of have to be stoic the entire time. Like, this is just business. That's actually the scarier one. If they're going through and they're doing this and they're just stoic, you're like, oh, that man's they're psychopaths. Oh no, we fucked up. More people are gonna be like, nope. Where if you see people like they're crying while burning down a building, you're not gonna take them serious. And if they're super joyous, oh yeah, fuck you, blah blah blah, you're going to be like, look at how this person's acting, killing innocent people. Even if it's a war camp and it's all military-aged men, but you can turn it that way. So it's that weird, like, the stoicism of it makes it way better. You can feel joy, you can feel sadness, but you have to be stoic about it. Yeah, they will regardless. Like, it's easier, like, nowadays, it's way harder if it's stoicism versus showing joy. But it's also pretty easy if you're showing too much compassion. It's like nuances that, again, war is hell. Yeah, they will. You can't display emotions openly, in the situations. Yeah. Sometimes you do. Like, there's just, like, there's nuances and, like, you have to think about it, but again, overall, war's hell. Like, there's no easy way through war. War is always going to be hell. So, and you're going to have people that are overly joyful, people who are overly compassionate. And you can't do anything about that because you can't beat that into someone. Then you're gonna have the super stoic people who don't show emotions. And then you're gonna have those ones that don't show emotions, but everyone can tell they're getting great joy, and it's just that weird, eerie feeling, and you're like, oh, they're a serial killer. Oh, I'm going this way.
That's how we justified it.
This expedition and one more that Francis Marion was not a part of but did unfold in a very similar fashion would ultimately lead to the Cherokee being forced to surrender and sign a peace treaty, leading to the end of the Cherokee War. With that, Francis Marion returns back home, and he is held in very high regard as a distinguished soldier that performed well on the battlefield, but despite that, he is still deeply traumatized by what he saw, and for that reason, he decides to go back home and become a farmer again. All right, fast forward like 15 years, 1775, Francis Marion has just been being a farmer this entire time. And while he's been doing that, things have been heating up politically between the colonials and the British, and because of that, in January of 1775, South Carolina elects the first provincial Congress of South Carolina. And Francis Marion's older brother Gabriel, because he's married to a wealthy woman of high status, is actually elected to the first provincial Congress. Couple months after that, in April, the Battle of Lexington and Concord happens, the opening battle of the American Revolution, and now the American Revolution is underway. Ipso facto, South Carolina's new Congress realizes they need a military, so they go about electing military officers to lead their militia, and because Francis Marion is A, a highly experienced soldier, and B, his brother is in Congress, his name gets thrown in the ring. He receives 135 votes, coming in third overall, and he is now one of the highest ranking officers in the South Carolina militia. From here he goes out, he recruits 60 men.
Oh, damn. Getting in... Sometimes, you know what? Sometimes nepotism has its benefits. Is that a blessing or a curse? I guess we'll see. I mean, we weren't doing very well at the start of the Revolutionary War. Listen, we were getting our shit rocked.
Men, brings them back, and he starts training them, and he is training them to be actual professional soldiers, and he's a stickler at heart, so he's making sure they're in their right uniform, right place, right time. They have to be well shaved, they have to have a nice haircut, the whole 9 yards. He's kind of a dick about it. People find him hard to be around, but hey, it is what it is.
Oh my god. Major Pain. I have not watched this movie in like years. Oh my god. I was still a kid the last time I watched this movie. I haven't watched it since I was a kid. Marlon Wayans, the oldest of the Wayans brothers. God, this would be a good comedy movie to watch. It's been a while. I just remember I strictly remember the ending scene of like the second year class, and it's a blind kid with the seeing-eye dog. I just remember seeing that and going, okay, that was kind of funny. But I haven't seen this movie in forever.
So he gets the boys trained up, and then by September of 1775, they get their first mission. The South Carolina militia is going to go out to James Island outside of Charleston, South Carolina, and they're going to capture a British fort on that island known as Fort Johnson. Francis Marion and another 150 guys from the South Carolina militia roll up to Fort Johnson. There's a small British garrison there. They're vastly outnumbered. They basically open up the gates to the fort and surrender immediately. And this is the first time that one of America's first early flags, the Moultrie flag or the Liberty flag, is raised over what was property of the British Crown. So now the British are pissed. They got to send a message. Fast forward June of 1776, the British show back up with a massive fleet and like 2,200 infantrymen. They are going to make a landing on Sullivan's Island, which basically controls the port to Charleston, the biggest port in the area. And Francis Marion is in charge of the artillery battery at Fort Sullivan, guarding Sullivan's Island with 400 other militiamen going up against a British fleet with 2,000 soldiers. So right out of the gate, it's not looking great. So the militiamen start building fortifications, and they build fortifications at whatever they have readily accessible on hand, which at the time was palmetto trees. And at a glance, that doesn't appear to be a very good thing, because palmetto trees aren't really trees. They're not made out of wood. They're palms. They're really light. It's basically...
Yeah, palm trees aren't really good for wood. Like, if you guys don't know, like any type of palm tree like absorbs a lot of water. They're not like a normal tree where you can cut them down and you have wood and you can create wood logs, stuff like that. They're not like that. They're just pretty much like bloated bamboo. That's the best way to put it. They're like bloated bamboo. So like they have a lot of water in them and everything. They're not hollow, but they're like bamboo where they take up a lot of water and they can just take a lot of water, but they have nothing. They're not good for like wood stuff.
Like a big trunk of stringy fibers that are full of water. They're basically giant sponges, which doesn't sound like something great to try to hide behind while the British are shooting at you with cannons.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks for making it better.
Because once the Battle of Sullivan's Island kicks off, what they find out is palmetto trees are fucking awesome for fortifications, because once the British cannons start hitting these fortifications, they don't react the same way that normal wood logs do. Normally, when a wood log gets hit by a cannon, it blows up and shrapnel and wood splinters fly everywhere, killing and wounding soldiers. But when the British cannons hit these palmetto logs, because they're basically giant sponges, they just hit and sink into the wood, and there's no shrapnel, nothing.
You have sable palm. Sable palms they're spongy as well. So hey, good to know. If you're ever in a shootout and you're near palmetto trees, just stand behind it. They're going to absorb all the bullets, because it's like, what is that material? It's almost like a gelatinous hydraulic fluid, where like if you push softly into it, you can just kind of push right through it. But if you like hard impact, it just like instant like hardens. Which is pretty much what hydraulic fluid does. Is like hydraulic fluid, if you're light on it, pushing it onto it, you can make it flow easily. But if you're hard on it, it becomes stiff. God, what is that material? It's like a jello substance. Oh, nice.
Hey, guess what? So the British cannon fire.
Oh, that movie was shit. I still love that scene from X-Men Wolverine Origins, is when Wolverine is fighting, like having a sparring match with the Blob, and he can't move the Blob. He's the immovable object. He's just like, hey,
is all but ineffective.
But the movie's
Meanwhile,
shit.
Francis
The
Marion's
movie's
artillery
horrible.
battery is able to hit the British ships. So right out of the gate, by pure luck or divine intervention or whatever you want to call it, with these palmetto trees,
character
things are
energy.
going great right up until they're not, because Francis Marion's artillery battery runs out of black powder, probably because nobody assumed they would last long enough to use that much black powder. Now at this point, the South Carolina militia has already punched way above their weight. Nobody would fault them on being like, we're black on ammo, we gotta surrender, we gotta retreat. Whatever, but Francis Marion, the main character, he's not about it. He grabs a group of guys, leads them back into Charleston, acquires more black powder for his artillery batteries, brings it back, and keeps the fight going until they sink a British frigate, which ultimately leads to the British being forced to retreat and victory for the colonials at Sullivan's Island, thanks to Francis Marion being able to acquire more black powder and the luck or divine intervention of using spongy palm trees for fortifications.
That was that's the first naval loss for the British during the Revolutionary War. The British Navy had suffered some defeats beforehand, which is why they never had the gold foils after, because they suffered a massive defeat against Napoleon's navy, like a few years prior, when they were dealing with Napoleon. Because Napoleon, he was a madman when it came to strategy. Till it came to Russia, then he fucked up, because he committed the cardinal sin: don't invade Russia during the winter. Thing, you don't do that. I'm not on Russia's side ever, but you don't do it because it gets cold. Now, if it's a bunch of Canadians, I'm going to take the Canadians over the Russians, because they're going to be stupid. They're going to be scary. They're going to commit so many new war crimes. It's going to be funny.
Okay, a couple of things. Francis Marion is given a lot of credit for a lot of things that he does later on. He's not given much credit for his actions on Sullivan's Island, being the guy that led the party that got more black powder and literally kept the fight going. Like, Francis Marion isn't even mentioned on the Sullivan's Island Wikipedia page. Somebody go fix that. The palmetto trees, on the other hand, are pretty much given all the credit for victory at Sullivan's Island, which, you know, fair, they did play a major role. But the cool part about that is that's actually why there's a palmetto tree on the South Carolina state flag today. As you can see, it's basically the Moultrie flag or the Liberty flag. They just took the word liberty out of the crescent in the corner and then slapped a palmetto tree on it. Look at that, we're learning South Carolina state history. Moving on. After the victory at Sullivan's Island, the British basically abandoned military operations in the South for like the next 3 years. They figure they're just going to go up into the northern colonies, track down George Washington, crush his army in the rebellion right out of the gate.
We all know how that goes. Washington was a squirrely bastard, okay? That man could not get caught even if you could have had like nets set up everywhere. The men would have somehow been like, nope. Just squirreled around them. Washington was squirrely.
It's their plan, doesn't really work out. They surround George Washington multiple times, and every single time he somehow manages to slip away at the last possible second. During this period of time, Francis Marion is serving in the Continental Army, first as a captain, then a major, then a lieutenant colonel. But like I said, they're basically in garrison. The British aren't down there. There's no fighting going on. He's just kind of training guys and doing whatever they're doing. But then in late 1779, all of that changes because the British have basically come to the conclusion they're not going to be able to catch and crush George Washington. They need to adopt a new strategy, and they adopt what is known as the Southern Strategy. Brief, oversimplified version of what this means. Basically, they're going to return to the South in force, try to take over all of the Southern colonies. Then they're going to use that as a staging area to build up militias full of Americans that are sympathetic to the British Crown, and then march all those militias up north to help capture and crush the rebellion. In order to do that, they
not to get political here, but how many of those sympathetic British people, how many of them are Democrats now? Wondering. Little resentment in their hearts.
Need to control supply lines. The best way to do that is to capture the major ports in the southern colonies, primarily Savannah and Charleston. So that's exactly what they do. In September of 1779, the British go in and they attack Savannah, Georgia. Francis Marion is there on the front lines fighting with his men. They put up a fight, but ultimately they lose, and Savannah is lost to the British. Marion and the rest of the men that survive retreat back to Charleston because that's obviously where the next battle is going to take place. Now, obviously, that battle isn't going to take place for a while because war is slow, especially in the 1700s when you don't have trucks and airplanes. So Francis Marion and his men are living outside or inside of Charleston for a period of time. And during this time, because Francis Marion's a high-ranking officer, he's going out to these fancy officer parties with all the wealthy aristocrats in Charleston, and he kind of hates all of them. He's not big on drinking, not a big fan of it.
It's weird.
Also would rather just, I don't know, get ready to fight the British rather than having fancy dinner parties. You gotta remember, Francis Marion is like a hardcore veteran at this point. He has seen all kinds of combat. He has seen the worst that people and warfare has to offer, and he knows that more of it is coming. He wants to get ready, and now he's stuck at this stupid fancy dinner party with a bunch of hoity-toity rich people sitting around gossiping, and he hates it. Eventually, he's had enough. He can't take it anymore. He's like, fuck this, I'm leaving. The problem is at the time, it was a custom that it was seen as very rude to leave before the host of the dinner party ended the evening. So what they would do a lot of the time is they would get everybody inside the house for the dinner party.
I would go insane back then. I would legitimately go insane. I can't leave until the host is done? No, fuck you. I'd be like, yeah, I'm leaving. Yeah, but it's rude. I don't care. Call me rude. Fuck off.
And the gossiping and all the bullshit, and then they would lock the doors so nobody could slip out and leave. So Francis Marion goes up into the second-story bathroom and jumps out the window. When he lands, he shatters his ankle.
I would do the same thing and be like, fuck it, whatever.
Aim for the bushes.
Okay, do you understand how ridiculous this is? Francis Marion has had Cherokee guerrilla fighters and the British military, the most powerful, well-trained, well-equipped military on the planet, all try to kill him, all of which weren't even able to scratch the guy, and he gets a significant injury, breaking his ankle, trying to escape gossiping
I've been
with
trying
rich
to
people.
make sure
From here,
you're
he
getting
basically
those
gets
numbers.
medevaced out to a plantation in the country to recover from his injuries, and while he's out there recovering, Charleston gets attacked and falls to the British. By August of 1780, Francis Marion recovers, but obviously in the months previous, when Charleston fell, all of the men that were serving under him were either killed, captured, or disbanded and have since gone home, so now he's just one man again. So he goes from town to town raising his own little militia, gets 20 guys together, and then he hears that the American forces are sending down General Horatio Gates to confront the British and save the South. So
Horatio Gates was... Horatio Gates was a good leader, but he was super opposed to Washington. Like, he was not in the camp of Washington. He thought he could be a better supreme leader of the army. But he also, like, he was a good leader to his men, but he was a horrible battle tactician. Horrible battle tactician. Just, he did not like militias. He did not like any type of guerrilla warfare. He was not a good battle tactician.
Oh, Francis Marion grabs his group of 20 guys, a bunch of ragtag volunteers with no military experience, and rides north and offers his services to General Horatio Gates. And Gates is gearing up to have a major confrontation with the British at what would come to be known as the Battle of Camden, so in theory, he could use all the help he could get. Despite that, when Francis Marion shows up, Gates takes one look at him. He's like a 40-some-odd-year-old farmer. He's 5'4", he's 115, 120 pounds, and he's got 20 volunteers with him that have no military experience, no uniforms, look like they've been sleeping in the woods because they have, and he's like, no, I'm not interested. You want to help with the war? Head down to the Santee River and, like, I don't know, burn some British boats or something. Just go be a pain in their ass, not mine. Fuck off is basically what happened. And
Yeah,
Horatio Gates
that's
has absolutely
Horatio
no
Gates.
idea that he has just inadvertently started the series of events that would lead to Francis Marion becoming one of the most important men in the American Revolution and America's patron saint of guerrilla warfare.
Operator.
So
I
Francis
love that.
Marion heads back down south of the river, just like he was ordered to do. Every time he's passing through a town, he's stopping at the taverns, he's picking up more guys to join his militia. Within a couple of days, he's built up a force of like 70 guys. The problem is, they're all dudes that he's pulling out of the bars, right? So like, they don't really have guns, or if they do have guns, they don't have much ammunition, they don't have sabers, they don't have uniforms, they're ill-equipped. He basically has nothing. First order of business, we gotta get...
He's got a ragtag group of people who are like, I like to shoot, fun. I don't got much ammo. Do you got at least a saber? What's a saber? All right. How good of a shot are you? Well, I can get a rabbit at 70 yards running. Away from you? Oh, horizontally. Fine.
the boys some weapons, and those are in short supply pretty much everywhere right now. So Francis Marion goes to a bunch of blacksmiths and
thank
sawmills.
you. Yeah, we do
and
need to
takes
get my
the
numbers
old
up
saw
too.
blades out of the sawmills and has the
By the way, we're at the time of this recording, we're at 668 subscribers on the YouTube side. We were at 666. I didn't make an announcement because I'm like, I need to get away from that number. Please get away from that number. I need to get away from that number, please. And then now I know where I got to. I'm like, oh, thank you.
Blacksmiths recraft them into swords. Okay, right out of the gate, Francis Marion is doing like colonial era Mad Max shit. He's about to get aggressive. And that's exactly what he does. He's got his men living out in the swamps. They're launching successful raids on these British supply ships in the river. And then British patrols ramp up and they are like trying to hunt down Francis Marion and his guys. Like a disproportionate amount of attention is now getting paid to Francis Marion. They're not able to find him because he's hiding all his guys in the swamp, but Francis Marion is like, okay, something's going on. Like, I'm being a pain in the ass to these guys, but I should not.
No, I know. That's the only reason I want to stay away from it is because a lot of bad people use it and I don't want to be associated with those people. technically, actually, if you want to get into it, the actual number is 777. Even though people are like, well, lucky sevens, but it's actually, that's the evil number, not 666. It's weird. Yeah.
Be getting this much attention. This is disproportionate. And then he finds out why, because apparently a couple days prior, the Battle of Camden had in fact happened, and America was dealt a crushing defeat. So presumably the British believe that.
Yeah, the Battle of Camden, we got, again, for the most part, like the beginning part of like the most of the fights early on until we get our momentum, we were getting our shit rocked by the British. And like Camden was fucking atrocious. Like like that portion of the army, suffered like 70% losses. Like not like shit, we lost a lot of people and a lot of people got captured. No, it was like 70% dead. Like we got our shit rocked.
Francis Marion and his men are just the leftover resistance of men that like fled the battlefield at the Battle of Camden, and they're just combing the countryside trying to clean everything up. Now, just so we're on the same page, the Battle of Camden was like America's last stand in the Southern Theater. Once Horatio Gates' army was defeated, that was it as far as the American government and the British were concerned.
Sin, I will state, he usually tries to focus on like mainly a ship or like a crew of a ship or like a specific person. He gives good details about a person's life and like their achievements, and then he explains it and he tells it in a great way. I love how he explains everything to the point where people are like, oh well, it's kind of like fantastic. Yeah, but he's giving facts, the facts that he can find, and that's the thing, is the facts that he can find. Are there things that he might miss and skip out on because he doesn't have information, he doesn't have something to back it up? They can go, yes, this is in fact what's going on. You know? Really interesting.
The Southern strategy was a huge victory for the British. They had effectively driven the rebellion out of the South. Everybody was either unaware that Francis Marion was still in play, or they just completely disregarded it, because at the end of the day, what's one 48-year-old farmer gonna do against the most powerful, well-supplied military in the world, right? Well, they're about to find out.
I don't really remember how many. Maybe one.
And this is really where we get to see Francis Marion become the main character of this part of the Revolutionary War. Again, Mel Gibson's character in the movie The Patriot is based off of Francis Marion, but it's never intended to be like historically accurate or completely based on true events. So in the movie, Mel Gibson's character is deeply traumatized by what he saw in the French and Indian War. They capture that part correctly. That part is accurate. But then in the movie, they use that as basically Mel Gibson's character's reasoning for not wanting to go to war. He knows how brutal war is.
No, I don't think I have.
To do everything to avoid it.
There are alternatives to war.
That is not how France.
Yeah, I haven't. I probably haven't. And like, if it's any AIMVs, I have not been keeping up with them. I have a list. I'm trying to start making a list to go back to them. I'm gotten down doing stuff. It's an AI anime. It's really good. Okay, I'm gonna have to check that out. Mischief. Okay. I'm gonna write that down. 2 episodes. Ooh. All right, I'm gonna have to check that out.
Francis Marion gets down in real life. Francis Marion is a hardcore revolutionary. He wants to fight, and he wants to fight right now. He's still traumatized by his experience in the French and Indian War, but he's using that as like, hey, I'm not gonna take it out on women and children and innocent people. If they're an active combatant, we're fucking. Okay, I need you to appreciate how truly insane this is. Francis Marion has just received word that the conventional army has just been defeated, and he's like, cool, I'm still gonna go fight the British with 70 dudes that I picked up at a bar and armed them with saw blades. We have no ammunition, we have very few guns. I'm still gonna take the fight.
Yeah, and that's something, like, their sabers are saw blades, which means there's rust, which means if you get cut by those blades, oh, how many British soldiers died just from tetanus? Oh, that's horrible.
To the British. Like, really, put yourself in his shoes. Imagine that America got invaded by some massive military force, I don't know, like Russia or China or whatever, and Russia or China somehow defeated the United States Army and the United States Marine Corps and drove them back.
I know he's making a point here, but why are you using the really bad version of Red Dawn? You shouldn't say really bad, but it's still a bad version. It's not the original. And there's some scenes in this movie that you're just like, never mind.
Forced them to retreat, and there was some random 48-year-old farmer that got 70 dudes together from a bar with no equipment and said, you know,
yeah, I know you do, but think about it. In the 1700s, you have not just rust, you have oxide. You have rust, you have all the shit that is around. These guys are living in a swamp. There's other bacteria. You've got so much going on in the 1700s, and you get cut by one of those blades, oh, you're fucked. Yeah, it's going to be super infectious, and yeah, oxidize. I can't say the word. I can't. Your lore. Oh yeah, you do have. Is that out now? I gotta check that out. I know Moomy's got his lore video out too, and I haven't checked that out. I'm still working on my lore video. I have an idea. Like, I know what I'm doing with it, and now I'm like painstakingly going, do I keep doing grok? Do I start using like nano banana? Or do I do the thing that I don't think anyone else is going to do? And I go old animation style. And I'm afraid to do that. Like, I've already started it a little bit, like seeing what I can do. So I got 3 different options I'm kind of like playing around with.
What? The Army and the Marine Corps couldn't pull it off.
Okay.
I'm gonna go get it done.
That is I'm just bad at keeping up with
level of
everyone.
self-confidence. And this is really where we also start to see not only Francis Marion's guerrilla.
Oh no, I might be taking. I'm gonna be burning a lot of gens. I might be taking Chat GPT and like I've already got stuff and doing frame by frame. I might be doing a full 60 frames per second, frame by frame build of the lore, and then doing audio after. So I haven't decided yet, because that one's killing me a little bit, but everything's a lot more lined up, and I'm like, freaking, and I'm not fighting it as much. I don't know. I do need to get into some more nano banana stuff and like all of those, the other AI videos, to see if I can kind of get them to run a little bit better, because if I can, I'll use those. So 100% gaming, 300% should. Just hit me up. I'm like usually like randomly busy. I usually have I have a couple Saturdays a month where I'm free. Like in the morning, my mornings. So I'm a little more available, but at the same time, the next Saturday I have available, I won't be anywhere near a computer because I'm going to be at a concert, because I'm taking my mother to a concert.
Warfare tactics come into play,
Yeah,
but his
I
leadership
might be
skills
doing
from
it.
everything
It's just
that
going
he
to
had
take
learned
a
from
lot
the
more
French and
editing,
Indian War,
but
because he remembers
not
how
bad.
important morale is, especially when you're dealing with guerrilla fighters that aren't professional soldiers. And because of that, he realizes that these guerrilla fighters are going to be prone to losing their morale and just going home. So Francis Marion decides he's not going to tell his guys that they had lost at the Battle of Camden. He is going to keep that to himself and continue on with the mission. So at this point, Francis Marion has his 70 guys. They're all hiding out in the swamp.
I'm going to say this, that I'm going to have to state this. When you're in a battle situation like he's in, as an officer, I probably actually would have done the same thing. I need to keep everyone's morale high. I don't need them to know about this. If someone finds out, I will be like, let's talk in private. Yes, blah, blah, blah. Keep this to yourself because we are doing something greater and we need everyone to be high in morale. And if everyone finds out that we lost, we're going to lose everything. Does it feel shady? Does it feel wrong? Yes, but at the same time, if you're trying to keep morale up, kind of want to keep certain things on the down low. You on the need to know basis, and they don't need to know, and you just need to keep that to yourself. If it gets out, then it gets out. That's a different story, and that's a completely different beast you have to tackle.
In South Carolina, he's just got this news. He's decided he's going to keep it to himself. He's going to continue the fight anyways. And then that night,
yeah, I'm always down. If I can swing stuff, I'm always down with
British officer by
joining
himself
people.
Wanders into their camp. So they immediately capture this guy. They interrogate him. They find out he's a British officer. They find out that he's alone going through the swamp because he's actively deserting his military post. And then they pump him for more information. They also find out that the British have taken over a plantation not too far from where they're at. And at that plantation is 150 American POWs that were captured at the Battle of Camden that are currently being guarded by somewhere between 35 and 60 British redcoats. And they're not going to be there long because they're currently being escorted to prison ships. So presumably Francis Marion's doing the mental math like, I got more men, I got 70 guys, they got 60 guys at most, I have the element of surprise. If I can go in there, free these 150 POWs, that's another 150, not just guys, but trained soldiers that are going to join my ranks. This could be a huge deal if I can get these guys freed, and he decides that's what he's going to go do. Okay, and that sounds like a great idea, but again, I need you to appreciate how truly crazy Francis Marion and this as a whole is. A hostage rescue mission is the most complicated, difficult mission imaginable. Okay, if this was modern times and there were hostages being held at a big house surrounded by armed gunmen, they would be sending in like Delta Force or SEAL Team 6, the best of the best, most...
Yeah, you would get tier 1s going into that because, and that's the hard part, is when you're doing a hostage rescue of that caliber, you are looking at, logistically, you're looking at the terrain, you're looking at like what could be the fortification, how can they, you know, prevent us from getting in, things like that. You're looking at like 70 different angles to find that one little vulnerability that you can slip in. And this is the 1700s, so not like you've got satellite imaging and shit like that. You've got you, Steve, Billy, Johnson. Go check out that house 15 miles away and then report back to me. And they're walking it. That's a struggle bus.
Well-trained, well-equipped operators that America has to offer. And Francis Marion is about to go take this mission on with a bunch of dudes that he picked up from a bar. So that night, Francis Marion wakes his guys up at midnight and is like, come on, we got a mission to go do. They take off, they get near this plantation. Francis Marion basically sets up a small patrol base. And from here, rather than just storming in guns blazing and blind, he sends out a couple of different elements of scouts to get a lay of the land. They go out, they gather the intel, they report back to him, at which point Francis Marion determines the most likely spot that the British are going to send reinforcements is at this passing at Horse Creek, which is right near this plantation. So he sends out 16 guys being led by a guy by the name of Hugh Horry to go set up a blocking position at this bridge. In case British reinforcements do show up, they're going to stall them. Okay, and again, this is absolutely insane. To have the foresight and know-how in the 1700s to move your element close to the objective, set up a patrol base, send out scouts, gather intelligence, determine the most likely spot that reinforcements are going to show up, and send men out into a blocking position are advanced level small unit infantry tactics that aren't doctrine. This is not common sense at this point in time. It's not going to be developed.
Yeah, that's, he's going to say it's not going to be developed for years, till years come. But yeah, that's super advanced. That's like what we do nowadays, like doing rescues at dead of night, or even when we picked up Maduro. That's what was going on. Like, even if we had days in advance to do it, they're running training simulations, stuff like that. But like in the heat of the moment, that's what you do. Like you do this, you report back. Okay, cool. You go over here. We're going to approach here. This is what we're going to do. Hey, you do this, you do this. We converge. We get those people out, and then we piece the fuck out.
For another 100 years, and Francis Marion is doing it right out of the gate. He is immediately proving that he is the Delta Force operator of his day. So Hugh Horry and his 16 guys get out to this bridge on this blocking position. Francis Marion and the rest of the main element sneak around the backside of the plantation. They're going to launch their assault from the rear. While Hugh Horry and his guys are out at this bridge, a British sentry comes by patrolling and fires a shot at him. They take care of the sentry, but immediately Hugh Horry has a fucking conundrum on his hand because he has to make a gameplay decision, and they don't have radios for him to take orders. He's just gonna have to go with his gut. Option A, he can do nothing. He can just hope that the British heard one gunshot and either don't pay attention to it or think that it was a fluke, or maybe they didn't hear.
Yeah, if they hear it, he just shot a rabbit or shot a deer. So we're gonna have food, blah blah. And then time goes by. Maybe that wasn't a deer. Maybe something bad happened. You know, you have that risk. That's, again, no radios. Yeah, that's gonna be rough.
Heard it all, and everything's gonna go according to plan. But if they did hear it, and all the British inside the house go, they grab their guns, and now they're waiting for some type of attack, Francis Marion and his men are gonna walk face first into an enemy in a fortified fighting position, and they're gonna get destroyed in this battle. Now you gotta remember, this is 1700s. On top of that, a lot of militaries still have this doctrine today, where if you're a lower enlisted soldier and you aren't an officer and you don't have active orders, your plan is to sit there, bed down, and wait for somebody to come get you with a battle plan. That's
Which is why the American military is scary, because the officer in charge of the forces, that's the limiter. We like essentially built our military based off of what we did to the British, of like we target the officers and then the rest of the troops are like, fuck, what do we do? Oh shit, we went. That's not going to happen with our military. Pretty much it's, you get trained on how to act without an officer, and then you're told you listen to your officer. And if the officer gets taken out, well, then there's no leash. Then our military just goes, cool, you killed the one guy that was keeping you alive.
What most people would do. But Hugh Horry and his men are Americans, and we don't play that shit. When things go sideways, we just default to being aggressive. So as far as Hugh Horry is concerned, as soon as that musket went off, this battle has officially started, and he has opted to go with America's tried and true plan B, brute force and ignorance. He grabs his men and orders them to charge the front of the plantation immediately. So they all take off running. As they approach the front of this plantation, they see something incredible. For whatever reason, the British had decided that they were going to leave all of their muskets staged outside the front door of the plantation.
AKA the British were like, they're so confident, no one's going to attack us. We can just leave our guns here. We'll be fine. We'll bed down for the night. We'll just keep some sentries out, but it's fine. It was at this moment they knew they fucked up.
Immediately run up to the front door. They now have all the British guys' weapons. They kick down the front door, and within a matter of seconds, on the other side of the plantation, by sheer coincidence, Francis Marion launches his attack as well, and now the plantation is simultaneously being hit from the front and the rear, and the British are completely disarmed. Now, to be completely intellectually honest, I have no idea exactly what unfolded once they both hit the house at the same time. These guys weren't rocking GoPros back then, but if they were, I like to imagine it would be a montage of the coolest colonial era CQB house clearing I've ever seen. Because within a matter of minutes, the entire thing is over. 2 British are dead, 5 are wounded, the rest are taken prisoner, and they have recovered 147 POWs. And Francis Marion has 2 men that were wounded and none that were killed. This mission was perfect. It was flawless. If this happened in modern day, Francis Marion and Hugh Horry would both be getting Medals of Honor or Distinguished Service Crosses.
Absolutely,
and everybody
they would
else
have
on the
been.
mission would probably be getting a Bronze Star. So now Francis Marion's excited. He's thinking, I just went from 70 unskilled, untrained guys to now I got a new 150 soldiers that are actually trained. I might be able to really do something here. And then when he goes to talk to the POWs, only 3 of them out of 147 are willing to join him. 85 of them say they would prefer going and sitting in a British prison for the rest of the American Revolution because they are so utterly demoralized that they would rather just go serve their prison sentence than run the risk of getting caught by the British. And the rest of them just go back home. And I think for
The ones that just want to go sit in a prison cell, cowards. The ones that want to go home, okay, I get that. No, we fucking lost now. I'm going home. Fuck this shit. I get that. You get to a point you're like, nah, I'm just gonna go home. Really, only 3. Ouch. Ouch is yeah. Ouch. That oh. I mean, it's at least 3 trained. They're like, nah, I'm ready to fight. The rest of them, fuck this shit, I'm out. Q2.
Francis Marion's perspective, this really just drives home what he already knew. This entire war is about optics and morale and keeping the men motivated. So from here, Francis Marion just goes back to what he was doing. He's still sending people out into towns, trying to recruit, trying to drive up morale for the Patriot cause. He's still launching, you know, minor attacks on British supply lines, but nothing really major is going on. However, probably unbeknownst to him, he has just become public enemy #1 as far as the British are concerned. You gotta remember, General Cornwallis, the guy in charge of this southern campaign, has basically told them, hey, we defeated the rebels at Kansas. We own the South now. It's all taken care of. And everybody's like, oh, what a great job Cornwallis did. And now he has to go back to his bosses and be like, oh, by the way, somebody attacked a plantation, took out a bunch of our troops, took them prisoner, and then freed 150 rebels. He has just went from, hey, the job is done, to what the fuck is going on over there? Obviously, you don't have this situation under control.
That man insults me.
So from here, the British just start throwing everything they have at Francis Marion. The problem is they're throwing blind because nobody knows where this guy is at. He's out in the swamps of South Carolina somewhere. Obviously, they're sending out Tory militias. If you don't know, a Tory is just like an American that's sympathetic to the British cause and is siding with the British. There's militias of those guys roaming around looking for Francis Marion. There's conventional army units, but in addition to that, they also send out half a dozen death squads led by some of their best field officers with their best soldiers trying to track down Francis Marion. 2 of these officers are the infamous Bannister Tarleton and the lesser-known James Weems. And these 2 guys are the inspiration for the main bad guy in the movie The Patriot. You know, the one portrayed by Malfoy's dad? Yeah, he's an amalgamation of Bannister Tarleton and James Weems. And again, one of the things the movie The Patriot does get right is these guys go on a brutal warpath to basically trick Francis Marion into coming out of hiding by taking it out on the local civilians. They burn down houses, they burn down crops, they kill livestock, and even the burning down of a Presbyterian church was real. That actually happened. To be fair, they didn't fill it with everybody in the town first and burn it down like they did in the movie The Patriot, but they still burned down the church and were running around burning down everything, destroying people's lives. Now remember, Francis Marion has a pretty long history.
Again, war is brutal, and sometimes that's what happened, or what you have to do. Especially because Francis Marion is pretty much poking the bear, and the bear can't see where it's getting poked from. So the bear is going to just swing wild. That's what they're doing. Do I agree with it? Absolutely not. It's war, though. Not an optic I would do, but at the same time, kind of can help boost if things work out in the right way. These guys are burning down our entire village. We know. We're sorry for that. If you have able men, we would take them so we can go deal with them. Fuck, I'm signing up.
of not liking this shit. He didn't like it in the Cherokee War when they were doing it to his enemies. He definitely isn't going to like it when they're doing it to his people of South Carolina, and neither are any of his men. So now Francis Marion is pissed off and more motivated than he was originally, and all of his men's morale are at an all-time high. They all want revenge. So on September 4th, 1780, when there's a Tory militia of 250 men sympathetic to the British in his area of operation, it's go time. Bear in mind, Francis Marion still only has like 70 guys, and he's about to go up against 250, but at least this time they're not professional soldiers. They're militiamen just like his guys. The difference is they're not being led by Francis Marion. So Francis Marion does what he always does. He sends out scouting elements, gets intel back at what's going on. The Tories are headed his direction with 250 men. 200 are in a rear element, with 50 and a forward guard leading the group. Francis Marion immediately comes up with a brilliant plan, makes sure that they're coming right towards this swamp. Once they get close enough to the swamp, he sends out his 70 guys and confronts this forward element of 50 Tories directly, which makes him look like an idiot because he's attacking a forward element and he probably doesn't know that there's another 200 guys that are going to rush in and help. So he looks like he's falling into the British trap. His guys go in, they kill 30 out of the 50 of this forward element, and then when the reinforcements start showing up, they all fake a retreat back into the swamp. So now the British are thinking, oh, he didn't know that we had 200 men in reserve. We've got him on the ropes. We're going to chase him down and squash these guys right now. And they follow Francis Marion, aka the Swamp Fox, into the fucking swamp.
Oh, you think darkness is your ally?
Obviously, this does not go how they had hoped. They promptly get ambushed inside of the swamp and are forced to retreat. When it's all said and done, Francis Marion and his militia have just confronted a force nearly 4 times the size of theirs, killed a significant portion of them, and in exchange only lost 4 men and 2 horses. And this actually turns out to be the turning point that Francis Marion originally...
Yeah, he knew. He's like, some of us are, some people might die. What we're going to do is this. We're going to shoot these guys. We're going to retreat as soon as that forward element or that rear element comes over to try and charge at us. We're going to go in there and we're just going to ambush the shit out of them. And then they're all like, oh, we got them on the road. Oh, we fucked up.
Thought the hostage rescue was going to be, where he was going to bolster his numbers. Because when you look at the overall bigger picture, you've got Bannister, Tarleton, and Weems running around the countryside, burning down people's houses because they may or may not be helping the rebel cause. And then you have some colonials that are sympathetic to the British going out and confronting Francis Marion about it, and him kicking their ass even though they have him outnumbered 4-1. So when the civilian population sees and hears about this, they're like, oh, not only is this guy the main character and a humongous badass, he's the guy that's fighting the guys that are roaming around the countryside, burning down our houses and crops. We want to help that guy. So now, not only does he have the support of the local population that now wants to help him get food, supplies, water, ammunition, he also, the very next day on August 5th, has 60 more men come and join his militia. So this is a complete game changer. Now Francis Marion...
AKA, he used the optics. He showed that he can rescue captured men. He's fighting against a tyrannical group of people and taking out a bigger force than what he has. And he's not running around burning down shit. So yeah, optic go, oh yeah, he's the good guy. Meanwhile, the British are sitting there at some point in time going, are we the baddies?
Has essentially doubled the size of his militia. He is better supplied. He has sympathy from the local population. And even if the local population isn't willing to directly help him by giving him food, ammunition, supplies, or serving in his militia, they're still willing to help him by giving him information. Basically, the entire countryside is now his spy network, so to speak. And this is actually crucially important because Francis Marion, while he is excited, he's, getting momentum behind him, he's stacking up victories, he's still very conscious of how important morale is. A single loss could be a crushing loss and send this entire house of cards crumbling to the ground. So he needs this information so that he can pick and choose his fights to ensure victory every single time, because a single loss could be the final loss.
Yep.
In the coming weeks, Francis Marion makes the most of his newfound support. He's getting new men, he's getting supplies, he's getting everything he can, including information. And some of this information is that there is a Tory militia held up at a place called Red Tavern about 50 miles down the road. Game on. Okay, this is going to be a cakewalk. We've ambushed the British before while they were inside of a structure. This time we have superior numbers, we're better supplied, and they don't even have hostages we have to worry about this time. It should be easy. Important context though, Francis Marion does have like 100, 110 guys under his command at this point in time, but remember, they're militia. These are guerrilla fighters. Some guys are always, you know, going home to help with stuff, going home to check on things. He also has to start leaving some men behind to guard supplies. He has other men out on other missions like doing surveillance, scouting operations, all kinds of stuff. So he's not bringing 100, 110 men to this fight. He's bringing somewhere between 60 and 70. But that should still be plenty because according to his intel, the Tory militia only has about 50 guys there. So if he's bringing 70, he's going to have superior numbers. On top of that, he has the element of surprise. And we also can't discount the fact that these, again, are not professional British soldiers. They're militia just like him. He should be able to mop this up pretty quick. So Marion and his guys make their way towards this tavern. They're going to launch their assault at night. They're going to take him by surprise. The same game plan as before. If it's not broke, don't fix it. As they're approaching the Red Tavern, they have to cross this creek. There's a little bridge there going over the creek, and all of his men are on horseback at this point. And as they're crossing the bridge on horseback, apparently the horse's hooves on this wooden bridge make a shit ton of noise and alert the British that they're there. Now, some historians argue that this is overhyped and that the noise on the bridge wouldn't have alerted the British to set it up, and they think that there was, you know, a bunch of British spies that were also feeding intel that Marion was in the area. It was probably a conglomeration of the two. Dead Warrior Society also agrees with me on this, that, you know, yes, they were probably alerted by their spy network that Francis Marion was in the area, so they were already on high alert. And then when they hear all these horses crossing the bridge at night of 70 dudes on 70 horses, oh shit, Francis Marion's here. So unbeknownst.
Yeah, that makes sense because it's definitely not one or the other. It feels like it would be a combination of both. Like, oh, be wary, this guy that's been just kind of harassing us is in the area, so you need to be ready for this. And then I have like a scout or someone out there just patrolling, making sure, and just hears horse hooves on a bridge in the middle of the night. You're going, fuck, he's here. That's not like 2 or 3 horses. That's like 20, 30 horses, what I'm hearing now. Okay, I need to let people know. So yeah, it's probably a combination of the two.
To Francis Marion and his men, all the British exit the tavern and go out and hide in a field near the tavern and stage an ambush. Francis Marion's guys walk right into this ambush. They receive a huge volley from this field where they weren't expecting the enemy to be, and they immediately start retreating. Francis Marion immediately leaps into action, splits his force in two, has half of them reform up and start laying down suppressing fire on the enemy, while he takes the other half and orders them around in a flanking maneuver and crushes the British position in a matter of minutes. Again, Francis Marion showing what a tactical genius he is. He has basically just pulled off a platoon-size element react-to-contact maneuver with a bunch of men that have never drilled it and don't even know what it is. But under his leadership, they're able to execute it and get the job done live in a real firefight. When the smoke settles, 3 members of the Tory militia have been killed, 13 have been wounded, some of them get captured, and the rest flee. Now, that doesn't sound very impressive, like, oh, you killed 3 of the enemy, like, big whoop, what a big deal, but it is a big deal because, like I said before, this war at this point in time, from Francis Marion's perspective, isn't about crushing and annihilating your enemy. Remember, these are Tories. These are people that live in South Carolina. This war is about establishing higher morale. And you do that through victories, forcing the enemy to retreat, and then treating the people that you've defeated well, because you want everybody to realize, oh, you're the good guys. You're not gonna burn my house down or execute the prisoners that you take on the battlefield. If you're able to do that, you've demonstrated, oh, you're morally superior. On top of that, you're able to beat the enemy on the battlefield. You must be the good guy. You're who I want to side with. You're who I want to support. So while taking out 3 enemies doesn't seem like a huge deal, this is actually the best type of victory that Francis Marion can possibly get. On top of that, they capture a bunch of supplies that the Tories had, and they also capture the Tory militia leader, General Ball's horse, that Francis Marion takes as his own and names Ball. And here's the kicker, 5 members of this Tory militia, including the second in command, all offer to join Francis Marion's militia. Okay, which sounds weird when you're thinking about warfare in the modern sense. Like, at no point would, you know, an American soldier get defeated in battle and then, like, join ISIS or the Taliban, but this is a completely different thing. This is a Tory militia. These are colonials. These are people that also live in South Carolina that joined a British militia, and they might have not joined it because they wanted to. They might have joined this militia because that was the only way they could prove to the British that they weren't part of the rebellion, and they didn't want to get their fucking house burned down. So it stands to reason that a lot of these guys potentially aren't even sympathetic or even like the British. They were just doing it because they don't want to get fucked with by the British, and they didn't know how to go out and join Swamp Fox because that's kind of his whole thing. He's hiding in the swamp. And again, it all circles back to morale, because I can't think of anything more impactful to morale, to like the civilian population, than seeing a bunch of young men join the British militia, march off to combat, lose, and then find out that a bunch of them actually joined the other team. Also, another side fact, isn't really important to the story, but I thought it was cool and demonstrates how Francis Marion's always learning and then implementing what he learns. After the whole horses on the bridge debacle making noise, Francis Marion made it the standard operating procedure for his guys. Whenever they crossed a bridge, they would wrap the horses' hooves in fabric, or they would have somebody go ahead first and put blankets down so they didn't make noise when they were crossing a bridge.
AKA, we're going to go at night. They're not going to hear us coming, which is actually really smart. That's like super smart. That's scary. That's scary that he thought about that. Yeah, muffle your steps. He made sure that you couldn't hear him coming. Okay, we're going to attack these guys, blah, blah. Hey, we got to cross this bridge. Okay. Wrap your... do we have the blankets? No, okay. Wrap the hooves. Let's go. Like, oh, we got time. Wrap the hooves. Let's go. We don't have the time. Okay, go get out blankets. Get them down. We're going to cross that bridge. You're going to pack them up and run back. That's your entire job. I know you want to fight, but you're fighting by making sure that we don't get caught. Like, that's a smart way of approaching everything. Like, really smart.
All right, so at this point, Francis Marion has just had victory at the Red Tavern, also known as the Battle of Black Mingo Creek. Got to decide the next thing to do. He's got to do something big. He's got a ton of momentum. All the guys are motivated. This is his chance to really make an impact. And you know what's pretty close to Black Mingo Creek? Georgetown. This is a major port city. It's under the control of the British. He grew up there when he was a kid. Somebody should probably go in there and do something about that. So Francis Marion pretty much immediately travels another 20 miles down the road, heads into Georgetown, and when he shows up, the British basically run and hide inside of a fortress that they have inside of Georgetown. At this point, Francis Marion goes in and is like, okay, surrender. And the British are hiding inside this fort, and they're like, no, we're not going to surrender. So Francis Marion is like, all right, can't really do anything about that. Don't have cannons, don't have any siege equipment, don't want to sit here and try to starve you guys out. This doesn't look good. And you got to remember, I'm going to say it again because I can't stress it enough. Everything about Francis Marion's war that he's fighting right now is all about morale and optics to the public. Now that optically looks great. It appears as though the British are scared of this guy, but now the ball is in Francis Marion's court. He can't just ride into town, have the British tell him no, and then walk away with his tail between his legs because then he looks bad. So he's got a couple of options. One, he could try to, lay siege to this fort. Like I already said, not really an option. Option B,
not a good option.
He could steal all of their shit while they hide and then dip, which is exactly what he does, which is brilliant. It was the most absolute perfect possible thing to do at the time, because from the view of the public, Francis Marion rolled into town with his guys. The British ran and hid in their fort while he stole all their shit and then dipped without so much as a scratch on him. He is literally showing the world, oh, the British military, the most powerful army on the planet? Yeah, they're scared of me and my band of farmers. I run this shit. I am this kingpin in South Carolina. So Francis Marion strategically transfers a bunch of British equipment and horses to his alternate location in the swamp and dips out. From here, Francis Marion
go get a steel shirt right now from Bunker Branding, everyone.
goes back to doing exactly what he was doing. He's chilling out in the swamp. He's sending guys out on scouting missions, gathering intel, trying to identify his next target. And in late October, he finds it. His scouts come back and they report that they've identified a Tory militia under the command of Samuel Tynes. It's about 200 guys that have just marched into the area of new recruits. They're planning on getting trained up out in the woods, and then they're going to go out and confront Francis Marion. Francis Marion figures, I'm going to go crash this party before it even starts. And if he can achieve victory here, not only is this going to bolster the morale of his men and all the people that already support him, it's going to demoralize the enemy. Like, oh, you're going to come into my AO, you're going to raise an army, you're going to try to confront me, I'm going to knock you down before you even get on your feet. And again, Francis Marion does not have 200 guys. At most, he has 150 under his command, but he probably doesn't have 150 at any given point because dudes are always out on separate missions, dudes are always going back home to check on things, so we don't really know how many men he has, but we know for sure he's outnumbered. But again, he's got tactics, and they don't know he's coming. And more
And he's
importantly,
got
like we've
guerrilla
already
warfare.
established, every single time Francis Marion goes into battle, he gains more experience and is able to immediately apply it to the next battle. Now remember, the Battle of Mingo Creek, the two things that went wrong were the horses were noisy on the bridge and potentially there were spies that gave away his position. Okay, we've already addressed the horses on the bridge. What do we do about the spies potentially ratting him out and giving away that he's coming to get these guys? Francis Marion, in a stroke of genius, being 10 steps ahead of everybody at all times, has his men go out into the taverns and into towns and loudly talk and spread the rumor that Francis Marion and his militia are heading to a different part of the state in the other direction. So any intel the British get is going to be the exact opposite. These guys are going to be out there in the woods thinking they've got all day and tomorrow to train their troops up before they have to go track down Francis Marion, when in reality, he's coming for them. October 25th, 1780, Francis Marion and his guys have tracked down the new Tory militia led by Samuel Tynes outside of Terracote Swamp. This time, Francis Marion goes back to the same playbook. They decide that they're going to attack at midnight when the enemy is least expecting it, and there's as few guards as possible, and everybody is sleeping. Except this time, there's no structure. There's nothing they got to worry about. These guys are out in an open field, so Francis Marion splits his guys up into 3 groups. He's got a group going right up the middle, then he's got 2 groups going around the outside in a flanking maneuver, and they're going to double envelop the enemy. They're going to absolutely crush them because they don't even know they're coming. He gets all of his men into position, then he signals for the attack to start by firing his pistol. All 3 units take off and converge on the target at the same exact time, absolutely crushing this militia. In a matter of minutes, 6 of them are dead, 14 of them are wounded, another 23 are captured, and the rest are scattered and running. And Marion didn't lose anybody. In fact, he actually gained people because some of the Tories turned around and joined his militia instead, and then on
Immediately, they're getting attacked. Nope, I'm surrendering. Hey, can I join? I actually been looking for you, so I figured if I join them and I don't do anything and I don't try and fight, they'll let me join. Thanks, man.
top of that, he also gained a ton of new supplies by sacking this encampment. And again, taking out 6 enemies, capturing a handful, wounding another handful doesn't seem like a big earth-shattering thing, but he's just stacking up victory upon victory upon victory, and just looks like nobody can oppose this dude. He is invincible. And every time he takes out a Tory militia, it makes it that much harder for any other Tory militia to pop up, because everybody's gonna go, no, I don't want to join a militia for the British because, you know, Francis Marion's guys are going to pop up out of the woods out of nowhere and kill me in my sleep. I'm good. I'd rather just stay home. And while all the
I don't want to go fall asleep and then hear a bush go. And then next thing I know is I've got a musket ball lodged into my chest and I'm slowly bleeding out. Makes sense.
These small victories seem like they could easily be insignificant in the grand scheme of things. They're not. Stacking up these small victories in South Carolina literally changed the entire trajectory of the Revolutionary War. Because at this point, Cornwallis is forced to abandon his plans to march further north and to go back and solely focus on getting South and North Carolina back under control. Francis Marion and his ragtag group of farmers stacking up these small victories has literally altered and ruined the plan of the most powerful military on the planet. And now they're going to have to figure out what to do about Francis Marion. And in the meantime, Francis Marion just goes on a tear of guerrilla warfare, launching raids all over the place. People are supporting him now. He's getting food, he's getting weapons, he's getting supplies. He's even got some Native American warriors coming and helping to fight with him from the Catawba Nation. And these Catawba warriors are training all these farmers how to fight like a Native American with guerrilla warfare tactics, how to, you know, take pop shots from the trees and disappear, how to fight with knives and tomahawks. And this is where, you know, the patriot character gets his tomahawk. Francis Marion was never known for carrying a tomahawk into battle, but his men did start doing it after they started working with these Catawba warriors.
AKA, these Indians were like, hey, the British are kind of assholes and, you know, screwed us out, but we didn't want to get wiped out. You want, we'll come help you guys. Also, hey, you want to learn how to throw a tomahawk? Yes.
By October of 1780, the British have decided how they're going to handle Francis Marion. They're basically going to redouble down on their efforts of actual British soldiers, the best of the best, being led by Bannister Carleton and Weems, to go out and track him down. Previously, they were like, you know, be on the lookout for this 48-year-old farmer out in the woods with some other dudes. Now it is like, no, go find this motherfucker and stop him. So Weems and Tarleton decide they're going to do what they were doing before, just harder. They're going to burn down even more houses, more plantations, more crops. At one point, they hang hang a ferryman because he refused to, you know, transport British troops across the river. They hang the guy in front of his wife and kids. They're just absolutely roaming around committing war crimes, terrorizing the civilian population. And as we already know, Francis Marion absolutely hates everything about this, but he's in charge of a bunch of guerrilla fighters. They're all kind of, you know, loose cannons, and he actually has two of his higher ranking guys go out and try to do the same thing to Tory families, and he immediately pulls them back in and reprimands them in front of the entire company and tells all of his guys, this is not how we conduct warfare. His exact words were, and I quote, "To distress innocent women and children is the most despicable of crimes." So A, Francis Marion is just morally opposed to this, which is great. But B, it also still serves his purpose in the grand scheme of things because, again, it's all about optics and morale. So when everybody sees the British are roaming around the countryside, hanging men in front of their wives and kids and burning down their homes, and Francis Marion is not engaging in that type of behavior, everybody wants to support that guy. So obviously, Francis Marion is going to have to do something about this. He's going to have to go confront these guys. The problem is, Bannister Tarleton is a formidable enemy. As far as conducting warfare goes, even though he's brutal about it, he is the best of the best that the British military has to offer as far as getting the job done. To give you an idea of who Francis Marion is now dealing with, Bannister Tarleton is most famous for the Battle of the Waxhaws at this point in time, which was previously this year in May of 1780. The long and short of it is he took his 150-man cavalry unit and chased down an American Continental Army unit of 350 men that had a 10-day head start and were 150 miles away. He caught up to them in 54 hours. He then proceeded to launch an attack, more of a massacre, that killed 113 of them, wounded 150, and captured an additional 53. And in exchange, he suffered 5 killed in action and 13 wounded. This is not another militia leader that just got a group of boys together. This is a dangerous opponent for Francis Marion. But
he's essentially what the character in The Patriot is. He's just a brutal man and very, very smart when it comes down to battle, which is very scary. Like, it can't like approach that like, oh well, it's just this or just that. It's like, no, this is this motherfucker, and I need to be smart about it, and I need to approach it right, because if we go into a straight up fight, he's going to win.
he's got to be stopped, and Francis Marion and his militia are the only men for the job. So they go to work. They use their spy network. They're sending out scouts. They hear that Bannister Tarleton is going to be crossing the river with his men at Nelson's Ferry, so they set up an ambush and wait for the crossing. Bannister Tarleton, being a worthy opponent, does the same thing. He hears that Francis Marion knows that he's coming, and he's setting up an ambush at Nelson's Ferry, so he doesn't walk into the ambush. Instead, he orders his men to set up a camp and then make it look like they left in a hurry, and then he spreads the rumor around that he has retreated back to Camden, trying to bait Francis Marion into chasing him. Tarleton then goes to a nearby plantation owned by Dorothy Richardson, who is the widow of General Richardson, a well-known American patriot in the area, and he lights a massive bonfire next to her house, clearly trying to make it look like he's burning down the house of a widow of a rebel sympathizer to bait Marion into attacking him. And it almost works, but before it does, fate steps in because Dorothy Richardson's son comes into Francis Marion's encampment and warns him, hey, this is a trap. Bannister Tarleton has 400 men in that wood line with 2 cannons. At which point Francis Marion decides, all right, we're outnumbered. He wants me to chase him. Nah, he can chase me. Marion and his guys retreat into the swamp. Tarleton and his men chase him, and they go on for 7 hours straight, clearing 26 miles. Well, Bannister Tarleton clears 26 miles. Francis Marion and his guys clear 37 miles.
Well, they also know the swamp, so they'll know how to maneuver the swamp better than Tarleton's men. That makes sense. Because you can clear more if you know. At
which point, Bannister Tarleton comes to the realization, I'm never going to fucking catch this guy in the swamp. It's impossible. I don't know how he's this fast. It is superhuman. So eventually, he just accepts the fact that he's never going to catch Francis Marion, and that is when he tells his men the famous line, and I quote, "Come on, boys, let's go back. We'll soon find the gamecock, but as for this damned old fox, the devil himself could not catch him." And this is where Francis Marion gets his famous nickname, the Swamp Fox. All right, so at this point, Francis Marion and his militia are in pretty rough shape. They just got in that high-speed chase with Tarleton for like 7 hours, traveling 30 miles through the swamps. Tarleton ends up calling it quits because he and his men are exhausted. Presumably, Francis Marion and his guys are in the same shape. So that's not great for morale, which is the most important thing we got going on right now. And on top of that, it gets even worse because in a lot of ways, you could see this as a loss. They basically almost fell into an ambush and then had to retreat and run away. That's taking an L any way you want to cut it. And then to make things even worse, presumably they lost a ton one, if not all of their supplies because they had to go on this high-speed chase. They probably got seized by the British, or they had to burn them and get rid of them so they didn't fall into the hands of the British. So it is rough right now. Morale is at an all-time low. He probably has dudes leaving, going back home, saying, screw this. It is just, he's got to do something to turn this around, and he also needs to replenish his supplies. Pretty much immediately after this chase with Tarleton, in the coming days, Francis Marion finds out through his intel channels that there's only about 50 British garrisoned at Jamestown. So he figures, okay, we'll do exactly what we did last time. We'll show up, the British will go hide in their fort, we'll steal all their shit. That looks like a win optically. On top of that, I get more supplies. That is exactly what needs to happen to fix my current situation. So on November 15th, 1780, Francis Marion sends in 2 groups of guys to go into Jamestown, scout it out, potentially raid it, steal supplies, get the W. Unfortunately, the intel that Francis Marion had gotten was correct, but it was old, because by the time his 2 groups of 30 men make it into Jamestown, Jamestown has been reinforced by an additional 250 British soldiers. Both groups wind up getting into a skirmish with the British. Francis Marion winds up losing 6 men. In return, he kills 3 Tories and captures an additional 12 as prisoner, and his men are forced to retreat. Optically to the public, probably doesn't look too horrible. He launched an attack on Jamestown, killed a couple of Tories, took a bunch of them prisoner, lost a couple guys in return. Looks pretty neutral in the eyes of the public, but to Francis Marion and his guys, this is a disaster. Morale was already at an all-time low. They needed to go in there and get supplies. They didn't get any supplies, and instead they lost 6 of their friends. This is horrible. And to make things even worse for Francis Marion in particular, one of the 6 men that were killed was his nephew Gabriel.
I'm joining up with him.
Gabriel.
Oh, I didn't know that. So that Gabriel, the son of Mel Gibson's character, the oldest son, is actually a reference to Francis's nephew. That makes more sense.
From here, there's not a lot Francis Marion can do. It's late November, winter is on its way, and he's got to find somewhere to set up camp to survive this winter. So he goes out deep into the swamps of South Carolina, somewhere where nobody's going to be able to find him, and finds this spot known as Snow's Island. Basically, the PD River veers off from a creek, so he is essentially in this position surrounded by water. He has effectively given himself a moat and this impenetrable terrain position. From here, he's still conducting guerrilla warfare operations, just nothing major. He's still sending out small groups of guys to gather intelligence, raid British supply lines, get more supplies, little tiny stuff they need to do to survive, but he's not going to be doing anything big until winter's over. But then something amazing happens. He starts getting all kinds of supplies from the local
Apparently,
population.
somehow
He starts getting a ton of more
my
volunteers. In a matter of weeks, he goes from having like 200 guys to having over 700 men. And this all happens because after Bannister Tarleton had given up chasing him, after Bannister Tarleton effectively beat him, he somehow still managed to turn around and turn it into a loss for the British. Remember, this entire thing is all about morale and optics. The British came out of the Bannister Tarleton chase looking fantastic. Francis Marion was running things in South Carolina. Then Bannister Tarleton shows up, a hot shot from Great Britain, their military leader, and he chases Francis Marion out of town, and now Francis Marion is gone. That is the W for the British. Optically, it looks absolutely phenomenal. All he had to do was nothing. He literally could have done nothing and would have looked great. He could have turned around and been nice to people in the public, and he would have looked even better. Do you think that's what he did? Absolutely not. Rather than do that, he decides that he's going to snatch defeat out of the jaws of victory, because he immediately, after giving up chase from Francis Marion, goes back to Dorothy Richardson's farm, beats the shit out of her, burns her house down, burns all of her crops, and then goes and burns down a bunch of other houses in the area. Just really driving home the point of, hey, I am the bad guy. I am unironically evil to absolutely everyone.
Again, optics is a huge portion of war, and he fucked up. He done fucked up.
Your brutality has swelled his ranks, without which this ghost would have disappeared and I would be in North Carolina or Virginia by now.
So now the entire countryside is siding with Francis Marion, and they're showing up to help him. And then some more intel falls into his lap that about 250 fresh British soldiers just got here from across the sea, and they are being escorted by a more veteran military unit up to Camden so they can get more training and get better equipped. Okay, this is the perfect target. Francis Marion now has the opportunity to set a tone and demoralize the new guys that just got here right out of the gate. And that's exactly what he does at the Battle of Halfway Swamp on December 12th, 1780. He gets all of his guys. They basically go out and they surround these 250 redcoats. Does Francis Marion have superior numbers? Yes. Could he go out and confront them in the open field and probably crush them? Absolutely. Is that what he's gonna do? Nah, he still goes full guerrilla warfare mode. Why? Because one, it's effective, and two, it's all about morale. If he goes out and confronts in the open field, he's almost certainly gonna lose more men than if he just sits there in the wood line and picks all these guys off. Francis Marion doesn't give a shit about being a gentleman and doing warfare the gentlemanly way. He cares about the lives of his men, and when the men see that, it's gonna increase their morale, and they're gonna want to follow him even more. So
yeah, that's a huge thing. Is morale is, a lot of people forget morale is like the strongest point of the military, and it's like it's the glue that literally keeps everyone together. And if the morale is high, if everyone is like morally feeling good about where they are and what they're doing, they're going to want to follow, especially if that leader's like caring about their life. You know, the entire thing of, hey, if you go and you fight this way and you die, we'll say you fought like a gentleman and you'll get flowers. Versus, hey, fight this way, we can crush them, you get to live, and then we'll go back and have drinks. And then we'll do it again. One's going to make me want to fight more than the other. Like, cool, I have to line up and then potentially get shot and die? Or I can stay in the tree line, shoot this one guy, dip, reload, move to a different position, shoot another guy, and my chances of survival are increased exponentially, and you encourage that? Oh yeah. That's going to get men on your side and keep men on your side longer.
So Marion's militia goes out there, they're picking off all the pickets, which are like the forward elements from the main body, and picking off officers left and right. After he's softened them up and gotten them all discombobulated, he launches a head-on assault and forces the British to retreat. They chase him for like a mile and a half. Eventually, the British run into this big rail fence, and they're basically stuck. They're forced to turn around and adopt a defensive fighting position, at which point the British officer in charge, General McClareth, sends out a messenger to Francis Marion. He wants to talk. Francis Marion, presumably thinking about what he's always thinking about, morale and the lives of his men. Okay, maybe this guy's willing to surrender, and if he's willing to surrender, that's a W for me. I remove the bad guys from the battlefield without having to kill them and risk the lives of my men. Sure, I'll talk with this guy. So they go into this meeting, and this British officer informs Francis Marion that his actions of ordering his men to pick off the forward elements and the officers is, and I quote, violates the rules of warfare and civilized nations.
Again, it's not a war crime the first time, and there's no Geneva Convention, which is more of a Geneva checklist.
Which Francis Marion responds, my actions are infinitely more humane than the actions of Weems and Tarleton, who are running around the countryside burning down homes and harming innocent women and children. As long as your men continue burning down people's houses, my men will continue shooting officers and pickets.
You know, this is not the conduct of a gentleman. If the conduct of your officers is the measure of a gentleman, I'll take that as a compliment.
And this is where things get weird.
Again, such a cold line there from the Patriot. Watch the Patriot. I haven't watched that movie in a while. Not like the greatest movie, but it's a good movie, and it's just like good overall. You're like, as an American, you're like, the British ass there. You've never seen it?
At this point, the British officer makes a proposal to
see if
Francis
I
Marion.
have a copy
He wants
of
to
it
have a
or
duel,
if I
but
need to
not
do stuff.
Francis Marion versus McClareth. McClareth wants to take his 20 best marksmen versus Francis Marion's 20 best marksmen and have a 20-man duel in the middle of everybody, and basically winner takes all, the other team surrenders. Now, presumably, Francis Marion's thinking, okay, this guy's, officer and gentlemanly, surely he wouldn't lie. On top of that, his 20 best marksmen are British soldiers. They have smoothbore muskets. My 20 best marksmen are all guerrilla fighters that have Kentucky rifles that are 3, 4, 5 times as accurate as a smoothbore musket. These guys don't stand a fucking chance. And optically, how's it going to look for morale when I'm challenged to a duel? I accept a duel, and my 20 best guys absolutely shit stomp the British's 20 best guys in open combat. It's going to look great. So Francis Marion takes the deal. From here, they agree they're going to have this duel first thing in the morning. That night, they're going to pick their 20 best men. Maybe the men are going to go train, whatever. They basically set up camp for the night. And then in the middle of the night, the British tuck tail and run. Morning comes around, Francis Marion realizes what has happened. The British officer, in a gentlemanly warfare type fashion, fucking lied and ran away from the duel that he proposed, so Francis Marion and his guys chase him down. They finally reach this element, and the entire situation devolves into this, like, the British are still retreating while firing back, and Marion's men are advancing while firing. It's like this retreating skirmish. Eventually, the British come upon this plantation that's up on a hill owned by the Singleton family, and they run up onto this hill, take over the plantation, and set up a really good defensive position, at which point Francis Marion is heavily considering going up there and taking them out anyways. But he's not just going to run in there blind, he's going to do what Francis Marion does. He's going to be prepared for everything. He sends out scouts, they're scouting the area, he's gathering intel, and when he's gathering intel, he finds out that the Singleton family residing in that plantation currently has smallpox.
Oh, they have smallpox. Hundreds. I already know where this is going. Francis is going, you're on your own, fuck it. Listen, you don't sit there and challenge someone to a duel and then you run away from the duel. Bad shit happens. Dishonor to you, dishonor to your family, dishonor to your cow. Saying.
At which point, Francis Marion is like, I'm not about to have all my men be getting smallpox. The British should probably already have smallpox at this point. Biological warfare is good enough to me. Pack the shit up, boys. We're going back to the fortress at Snow Island.
Dishonor the cow,
Once he gets back to Snow Island, Francis Marion is finally able to establish contact with the Continental Army by...
Listen, you challenge me to a duel and then you peace out, you run away. I'm dishonoring your cow. Okay.
Way of Nathaniel Greene, aka the Fighting Quaker, aka George Washington's right-hand man, one of the most important generals in the American Revolution. Okay, just so we're all on the same page, just because I want this to be perfectly clear, everything Francis Marion has done in the Revolutionary War up till this point has been completely unguided, unprompted, and his own idea.
I will not dishonor the moomers. I will not. You run away from me in a duel, you're still again, I'm still saying dishonor to you and your family. And then when I catch you, I'm going to throw down a wakizashi and go, you know what to do. You ran away from me. Your honor is now damaged. Save it.
Ever since his last order he was given by Horatio Gates months and months and months ago, go down to the Santee River and like burn down some boats or something. Up until this point, Francis Marion has literally just been fucking winging it all by himself, but now he finally has communication with the Continental Army and they can start coordinating and working together. And Nathaniel Greene, like pretty much everybody else involved in this war, knows exactly who Francis Marion is, the Swamp Fox. He is literally a living legend at this point. Because of this, he is pretty much immediately awarded the rank of Brigadier General and essentially told, if it comes to a militia and...
That's a 1-star. In today's terms, that's a 1-star general.
South Carolina, basically you're the boss, you run that shit. And just to be clear, he is not a continental like US Army officer. He's still a militia officer, but now he and his militia are both formally recognized by the Continental Army. They're no longer seen as just a ragtag group of guys running around in the woods doing things. They're actually like formally recognized by the Army and they are working with the Continental Army at this point. Pretty much immediately, Francis Marion requests more men. He's like, look, I'm running exclusively guerrilla fighters down here. I know how to use conventional forces and guerrilla forces in conjunction with one another. I would be outrageously effective. Send me some guys. And Nathaniel Greene obliges by sending him like 350 Continental soldiers under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Henry Lighthorse Lee, aka the dad of the car from the Dukes of Hazzard. I'm just kidding. The car is named after his son, General Lee from the Civil War, like the main general for the South in the Civil War. Yeah, this is his dad. So they get teamed up. At this point, they decide that they're going to attack Georgetown for a third time. So they do what they always do. They're sending out scouts. They're gathering intel. Him and Lee develop this massive, complicated battle plan to take Georgetown once and for all. Without getting too far into the weeds on this, basically what happened, the British found out they were coming. They were very prepared. They wind up getting in this massive stalemate. Both the British and the Americans lose like a couple of guys, but there isn't any huge battle. They do not take Georgetown. Francis Marion decides, okay, I'm not going to risk my entire force trying to go up against a fortified enemy, and they retreat. And at this point, Georgetown, Francis Marion's childhood home for a good portion of his childhood, is basically turning into his white whale. It's like the one thing in this war that he can't quite get a grasp on. And the reason I even bring this up is because it goes to show you what a phenomenal leader Francis Marion is, because he's emotionally invested in taking Georgetown. That's a childhood home. It's been under control of the British. On top of that, it's the only thing he's failed to take multiple times. And despite all of that, he never lets his emotions or his ego get in the way of his decision-making skills. He is always placing the welfare of his men and the bigger picture first.
Again, signs of a good leader is someone that is always going to put his men, the bigger picture, like forward. Like he wants his men healthy. He wants his men in high standings. He wants them to feel like they can trust him. And then the bigger picture of, we can get something back. It may take some time, but if everyone's like, okay, we will get here, but we got to do this and this beforehand, and I'm confident in it that we will take it back. That's the bigger picture overall. It's a better standing for everything.
All right, so Francis Marion and his guys are back at Snow Island when he gets intelligence that there is a large British force that has amassed, and they are coming to Snow Island to root out the swamp fox, and they are being led by British Colonel John Tadwell Watson. And intelligence says it's like 500 well-trained, well-equipped British soldiers with artillery. And while Snow Island is a highly defendable position, Swamp Fox doesn't really have any artillery to rebuttal with, so we're gonna have to handle this the old-fashioned way. Francis Marion leaves behind a small contingency of men to guard Snow Island, grabs the rest of his guys, and heads out to confront him. Now, this is what comes to be known as the Bridge Campaign. Basically, it is like 10 separate battles and skirmishes that all happen within the span of about 2 weeks. I'm not gonna go into the nitty-gritty of each of these individual 10 battles. We're gonna do a brief, rough and dirty overview of the entire thing. Now, to get the party started, Francis Marion launches an ambush outside of Waibu Swamp on this narrow causeway. Basically, he caught him right in the middle of a choke point. They open fire on the British from the tree line. The tree line sends the cavalry charging towards them, but they're ready for it. They don't fall back. They don't retreat. They stand their ground and wind up driving the British cavalry backwards, at which point they launch their own charge to attack the retreating enemy. Once they get out in the open down this narrow causeway, they realize that was a mistake because Watson has artillery set up and starts hitting them with grape shot. Marion's militia is forced to retreat, and then the cavalry starts charging them again. Now they are the ones getting charged while they're retreating. It is about to go horrifically wrong. But then one man changes the entire battle. Private James Gavin on horseback, who's described as being massive for this period in time, decides that he's gonna not retreat.
AKA, he's probably like standing 6 foot or taller. Usually, if they're massive, they are like 6 foot or taller at this point of time in history.
He's going to turn around and he's going to charge the oncoming British and meets them at the narrowest part of this causeway. He then proceeds to stand in the pocket, shoot one of them, bayonet several others, and while this is going on, the other men see it. Francis Marion gets them formed back up and they charge. And to respond to that, Watson basically goes all in. He pushes all of his chips into the table, has all of his infantry do a bayonet charge coming in behind their cavalry. Francis Marion sees this and orders a retreat. And the reason Francis Marion had to do this was because a significant portion of Marion's men are all carrying rifles, not muskets, and their rifles don't have bayonets. So going bayonet to bayonet was not an option, and he wasn't about to sacrifice all of his guys. They pull back. At this point, Francis Marion's like, okay, the whole confront him in the open field in broad daylight thing didn't really work out. Time to get creative.
Let's try some schoolyard bullshit.
Francis Marion knows the entire country like the back of his hand, and he knows exactly where they're going. They're going to the bridge at Mount Hope Swamp. So Marion has some of his guys just stalking this British formation, taking pop shots at him from trees. The British get all pissed off. They form up into battle ranks. They return a volley into the woods, but by then, his guys are long gone. They're just constantly harassing the British 24/7. While that's going on, the rest of his guys ride way ahead, and they're way faster than the British because they're not worrying about taking fucking cannons with them. So they go up to the bridge and destroy it. The very next day, once the British make it to this bridge, or where this bridge used to be, there's an ambush set up with a bunch of riflemen over in the tree line on the other side of the bridge, shooting at them with their rifles. Again, rifles have a much further range than these muskets. The British can't really do anything. Basically, they have to turn around, change course, go to the next bridge. Francis Marion knows about that fucking bridge too, so he has his guys right ahead and destroy that bridge as well. They get to where that bridge used to be. It's another ambush. Now Watson's getting pissed. He has the cannons come forward forward, sets the cannons up, starts firing cannons over this river at Marion's men, but Marion positioned his men at a low part of the ground, so the cannon fire just goes right over their heads. And then the riflemen start picking off all the guys that are trying to man the cannons. Now Watson's getting pissed. He's like, fuck this. He just orders his infantry to run through the river to confront Swamp Fox. And then, according to the accounts, you know, some big badass British infantry officer draws his sword and starts leading his men into the river, at which point, whether it was Francis Marion or it was just the vibe at the time, they said,
"Shoot that guy."
The officer with his sword out leading the charge immediately
Run through the river. Charge, men. Bam. Fuck.
immediately gets shot in the chest. And then one of the British soldiers tries to run out and save him. Then that guy gets shot. Then another guy. He gets shot also. Then two more guys run out and try to save them, and they both get shot. Finally, the British realize this isn't going to work, and they're forced to retreat. They got to find another bridge. And this goes on pretty much exactly like this for like 2 weeks straight. They are just harassing and picking off the British left and right constantly. Reports at the time actually say that the British commander was so embarrassed that he started burying and sinking the dead bodies of his men into the swamps because he didn't want to have to report how many casualties he actually had. Eventually, Watson's mission goes from
which probably means we don't actually have a record or an account of how many actually died, because a lot of them got buried in the swamp. We could only presume he went in there with 500. He came out with 140. Seems like he lost a significant amount of men there.
To go take out the Swamp Fox to, I need to survive and get the fuck out of here. And he just starts retreating back to Georgetown. And in order to do that, he's gonna have to hurry. He's gonna have to move a lot faster. What's slowing him down? The cannons. So he throws his cannons into a creek and abandons them. He then proceeds to run off to Georgetown. And Marion and his guys harass him and pick him off the whole way there. Whatever's left of his guys make their way into Georgetown. Francis Marion and his boys call it a day. They pack their stuff up. They head back to Snow Island. Commander Watson later had a couple of quotes about this situation, one of which is as follows, and I quote, "They will not sleep and fight like gentlemen, but like savages, and are eternally firing and whooping around us by day, and by night waylaying and popping at us from behind trees." In addition to that, he also said, and I quote, "I have never seen such shooting before in my life."
That's rifling. The moment we figured out rifling, things changed. Like, don't get me wrong, in that age, with how they fought, muskets were better because you didn't need as much space to load and do everything. So you could have a tighter formation, everyone shoot, and then kneel down, reload, shoot, kneel down, reload, shoot. Where rifling took a little bit more time to reload. But if I aim at something, I shoot and I hit them, because rifling, because the barrel is rifled, it means that it has grooves and forces it to spin and keep a momentum and stay in trajectory. Say words today. It's going to be better, even if it takes longer to reload.
All right, important context for the broader part of what's going on in the war, right? Nathaniel Greene's men have now come back into the South, and they are fighting the British, and Nathaniel Greene has just been defeated by General Cornwallis at the Battle of Guilford's Courthouse. And I put the air quotes because, like, yeah, technically the British did win that battle because the Americans were attacking and the British held their ground. That is a W, I guess. But in holding the ground, Nathaniel Greene's men destroyed like a third to a half of General Cornwallis's army, and it basically destroyed his entire campaign. So the Battle of Guilford's Courthouse was basically like, yeah, the British won the battle, but it gave America the win of the war. For the British, between the disaster at Guilford's Courthouse and Francis Marion creating absolute havoc in South Carolina, General Cornwallis is literally like, fuck this, I'm done. He hands off the Southern Theater to one of his subordinates and dips out. He's like, I'm gonna go attack Virginia or something. I can't handle this shit anymore. They literally made General Cornwallis rage quit. So at this point in time, the war is starting to look really good for the colonials, but it's not like a guaranteed we're going to have an outright win out of the gate. There's still a pretty big possibility that there could be some type of peace treaty or peace agreement. And if that happens, whatever territory the British are still in control of, they're probably going to get to keep. Which means strategically at this point, the British are basically just like turtling up in their fortresses so they can claim that they're still in control of that territory so they get to keep it if there's a peace treaty. If so facto, they need to go take out the British inside of their forts so they can't claim that they're in control of that territory anymore. So Nathaniel Greene kind of sends out the order to his big militia leaders, mainly Francis Marion and Thomas Sumter, the Gamecock, go take out British forts and take them over so we're in control of that territory. And Francis Marion and Lighthorse Lee in particular get told to go take out a place called Fort Watson. Now, Fort Watson is a tough objective to try to take over because it is out in the middle of an open field on top of a hill. So they have the high ground and there's nothing for Francis Marion's men to really hide inside of, and he still doesn't have any cannons or artillery or siege equipment. So Marion and Lighthorse have the numbers. They've got about 380 guys they can throw at this mission. The fort is only guarded by about 120 guys, but again, they're gonna have to run out into an open field while these guys are hiding behind the walls of this fortress. It's not great odds.
Yeah, so they're hiding behind the walls and they have the high ground. It's not very optimal. That's not a fun fight.
On the plus side though, Fort Watson is kind of unique in the fact that it's a fort and it doesn't have any artillery. There's no cannons there. Why doesn't it have any cannons there? Well, there was this British officer who got sent out to capture the Swamp Fox, and he decided that he was going to take Fort Watson's cannons with him, and then he got his ass whooped and had to abandon them in a creek. So things could definitely be worse, but they're still not looking that great. But hey, we're going to try. So Francis Marion and Lighthorse Lee grab their guys, they ride out to the fort, they confront him at the fort, and they're like, all right, we have you surrounded, time to surrender. And the British are like, nah. Shit. All right, plan B. We're gonna starve them out. There's no well inside the fort. They gotta come out to get water, and every time they send dudes out to go to the river to get water, we're gonna kill them. That works the first couple of times, and then eventually the British figure that out, so they dig a well inside the fort. Now they no longer have to leave the fort at all. Or at least until they run out of food, and who knows how much food they have in there. So now, Swamp Fox and all his guys are just kind of like sitting there, twiddling their thumbs. And remember, most of them are guerrilla fighters, so you got guys coming and going, you got guys getting bored, you got guys that are showing up and volunteering for a day or two. Eventually, if he can't figure out how to end this battle, all of his men are going to lose morale and everybody's just going to go home. So the British at this point are basically just playing out the clock. So Francis Marion and Lighthorse Lee and the rest of the men as a whole, they're all getting super frustrated. They know that if they just had some artillery, they could blow the fucker up and go home. So Lee actually writes Nathaniel Greene a letter basically begging for a cannon. It's worded kind of funky because it's the 1700s, but he says, and I quote, "I beg you will send down a field piece. It can get to me in 1 day and a half. I will have horses meet it, which will go off from me on here from you. All things are well here, and no possible danger can attend the sending the cannon. 5 minutes will finish the business, and it can be returned immediately." Okay, translation, can I please borrow a fucking cannon for like 5 minutes? I've been fighting in an...
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Just like listening to that old colonial talk, I'm like, huh? English is hard.
Entire war with zero equipment. I just need an actual piece of military equipment for like 5 seconds. I'll give it right back, I promise. Nathaniel Greene gets the letter and is like, okay, cool. Immediately sends them a cannon. Thank God. And then the guys bringing the cannon there get lost. Then everything gets 10 times worse because there's a smallpox outbreak and all the dudes are getting ready to be like, screw this, I'm going home. Then out of left field, an officer that's under Lighthorse Lee by the name of Hezekiah Maham comes to Francis Marion and Lighthorse. He's got an idea. Okay, hear me out. We can't get to them because they're hiding behind these walls and they have the high ground. What if we built taller walls so that we had the higher ground to their high ground? What if we built a bigger fortress than them?
A little bit of time, but we're getting
Dude, what
there.
are you even talking about? Have you been smoking with the Catawba Warriors again? No, listen, a tower. Their fort is only like 23 feet high. What if we built like a 30, 40 foot high tower, we climbed up on top of it, and then we shot down below at them? Siege equipment. You want to build literal siege equipment like it's a medieval castle we're trying to take. Uh-huh. Go tell the guys to go to every plantation in the surrounding area, get every axe and saw they can find, and start cutting down trees. They spend the rest of the day cutting down trees, basically prefabbing a bunch of logs.
British, why are they cutting down trees? What could they do? Whatever. They can't get to us. We've got food. We've got water. We're good.
For construction, and then that night they go and build a somewhere between 30 and 40 foot high tower 30 yards away from the fort. Then the next morning when the sun comes up, there's a bunch of riflemen on top of a 40-foot high tower looking down at all the British guys inside of their fort, and they start opening fire on them. And while that's going on, another group of guys run up to the fort with axes and start beating their way through the wooden fort. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Why didn't the British just shoot back? Like, I understand they're riflemen, their guns are more accurate, but the British have way more guys inside their fort than you could possibly fit up on this little tower, and the muskets are still going to be wildly effective at 30 yards away. Why didn't the British just shoot them? Well, that's because when they built the tower, they intentionally built the tower on the side of the fort so that when the sun was coming up in the morning, it was to their backs, aka directly in the British guys' eyes. So
AKA, we used the terrain to our advantage.
now they're trying to have a pop quiz firefight against a guy with a more accurate weapon and have a staring contest with the sun at the same time. The British wind up surrendering within an hour. And yet again, it all comes down to morale. Everything Francis Marion does is win or lose based on morale, because the British officer that lost the fort had this to say about it, and I quote, "We were reduced to the disagreeable necessity of capitulating by the cowardly and mutinous behavior of the majority of the men, having grounded their arms and refusing to defend the post any longer." Okay, translation, my men got demoralized and couldn't take it anymore. We thought we were winning, we had a fort, we had the high ground. The Americans said, fuck you, we'll build higher ground and then we'll kill you anyways. And my men got scared and they wanted to go home.
Oh my God, I almost died.
From here, they start playing the next fort they gotta take out. They gotta take out Fort Mott, which is on the Mott plantation owned by the widow, Rebecca Mott. Now, Rebecca Mott and her late husband were and are both humongous patriots, and she's actually been feeding intel to Francis Marion for a long time using her position inside of
that's
Mott
one way
Fortress.
of winning a fort.
And basically, they came in, they took over her plantation house, built a fort around it,
Yep,
and
exactly,
kicked her out.
'cause
She's
America.
now living in a small cabin somewhere on her property. And to make things worse, Francis Marion's just got intel that apparently the British have received word that they took out Fort Watson, so now they're sending out reinforcements to all the other forts, and those reinforcements are going to get there in like 24 hours. So if they're ever going to have a chance at taking this fort, it's got to be right now, and even then, it's borderline impossible because you can't really take a fort in 24 hours. That's not how siege warfare works. It's long and drug out. Unless we just burn the whole thing to the ground. No, we can't do that, again, because Rebecca Mott's house is in the middle of this fortress, and we like Rebecca Mott. She's on our team. Okay, again, it's all about morale. I can't be seen burning down the houses of people that are trying to help me. Unless we get permission first. So Francis Marion goes to Marion Mott.
Can't burn down the house. Can't burn down the house. Unless... Hey, your house is hoarding a whole bunch of British soldiers. Cool if I burn it down? Fuck them.
Mott's cabin on her property and is like, hey, hear me out. Would you be okay if I burn the fort down with your house inside of it? And Miss Mott is 100% down. She hates the British. They stole her house. If she can't have the house, nobody can have the fucking house. Not
Walking middle finger and yeah, 100%. Like, hey, what can we do? She even, yeah, I'm down with it. Like, seriously, that 100%. It's a, hey, we need to take them out. The only way to do it is if we burn it down, because otherwise we're going to get we're going to be overwhelmed. But your house could burn down in the process. You cool with that? Fuck them. Burn it. Get the torches.
Not only is she okay and gives Francis Marion permission to burn down her house, she's like, how are you gonna do it? And he's like, I don't know, I didn't really get that far ahead. I guess like a flaming stick, throw it, something. And she's like, no. Here, I've got this bow and arrow, and my husband has these special arrows that he imported from East India that explode on impact. You can shoot those at the thatched roof to light it on fire from a distance.
Yes!
And this is why we do intel work. Okay, it's like a video game. Like, you could run in and do the mission guns blazing, or you could take a minute and talk to the NPCs, the non-player characters, and maybe, I don't know, they'll give you a legendary item to make the mission way easier.
What is this? Where did you get that armor from? Why is your sword on fire? What?
And as if that wasn't cool enough, the guys that were trying to bring them the cannon that got lost at the last fort finally found him and have delivered a cannon. So now he also has a cannon and like these firework arrows imported from the east. So he has the boys go set up the cannon on some high ground so they can shoot over the wall into the fortress. And then he launches the flaming arrows onto the thatched roof. The roof catches fire. The British go up, try to put the fire out, but his guys with the cannon keep firing grape shot at him. So they just have to sit there and watch the house burn down.
Shit, put that fire out, because if that fire spreads, we're all going to die. Okay, I'm on it. I'm going to blop. They've got a cannon.
The British wind up surrendering so fast that Marion's men are able to take them as POWs and then go in and put out the fire and save most of the house. And then, according to legend, Francis Marion, Light Horse, the British officers, and Miss Mott all have dinner together that night. From here, on to the next fort, Georgetown, the White Whale, the fourth attempt for Francis Marion to take Georgetown. He rolls up with his guys. He starts getting ready to make siege, and the British see he's coming. The British have already heard that he took out Fort Watson. He took out Fort Mott, and every single time it gets crazier and weirder, and they surrender faster and faster and faster. The British are like, fuck this. They retreat and abandon Georgetown, and Francis Marion takes it without firing a single shot.
Essentially, finally, we get to Georgetown. All right, this is going to be a hard battle. It's going to be rough. Some of you might die. I hope not. This is going to be a rough fight, but we got this. We got this. They're retreating. They're what? They're just abandoned. Shit. All right.
Thing is about morale.
Yeah,
Francis
I know,
Marion
right?
has not only bolstered the morale of the Patriot cause, but he has completely demoralized the enemy. Francis Marion has the British so scared, it's not a question of if they're gonna lose, it's a question of how are we gonna lose? What crazy shit is he gonna pull off next? From here, Francis Marion goes, he takes a couple of really smaller forts, pretty much the same events unfold, they don't put up much of a fight. He also gets involved in a couple of skirmishes here and there, he's disrupting enemy supply lines, he's doing Francis Marion things, but nothing major. That is until August of 1781, when a British major by the name of Thomas Fraser decided that he was going to set a tone with the public. He decided that it would be a good idea to hang a colonel by the name of Isaac Haney in front of everybody in the middle of downtown Charleston, and Isaac Haney was like a really big name. He was one of the faces of the revolution. Everybody in this area knew and loved this guy. And Major Fraser just executed him in front of everybody. And now the entire population in South Carolina is looking over at Swamp Fox like, are you going to do something about that?
All right. Fuck it.
Okay, A, Francis Marion and his guys probably want to just on principle, but B, this is another golden opportunity. Francis Marion has now worked himself into the common zeitgeist of what amounts to a superhero. Like there's a villain going around killing people and everybody looks to him to solve the problem. And Francis Marion knows he needs to deliver. This is his opportunity to bolster morale, win in the eyes of the public, be seen as the good guy, and that's exactly what he's gonna do. Francis Marion has like 400 men at this point, and they ride like 100 miles to track this guy down. Now, once they find the general area, Francis Marion does what he always does. He sends out scouts, he sends out decoys, he gathers intel, and when the intel comes back, not the greatest news, they basically tell him, it's too big of a force for us to attack. Francis Marion has 400 guys. How big is this enemy force? Well, Fraser is in charge of about 80 dragoons, infantrymen on horseback that ride up to battle and then they dismount. Whatever. Okay, 80, that's not a big number, but they're also being accompanied by 180 Hessian mercenaries, highly trained German soldiers, essentially, 130 Tories, militiamen, and then 150 British regulars for a total of 540 men, plus they have cannons.
Big army only means one thing. More targets.
Francis Marion, on the other hand,
I mean, target-rich environment.
and is like, oh no, we're fucking these guys up right here, right now, and he sets up a trap. Francis Marion knows right where these guys are headed. They're headed to Parker's Ferry, and between them and Parker's Ferry is a causeway, a perfect spot for an ambush. So Francis Marion takes a couple small groups of guys and basically orders them, hey, ride out and just go harass the shit out of these guys. Shoot at them and then run away. Shoot at them and then run away. Keep guiding them towards this narrow causeway. But most importantly, make sure that by the time they reach this causeway, they're pissed off and tired of you guys. So the
best way to get an enemy is them angry. An angered enemy does not think straight. Therefore, they are going to make mistakes.
Those guys go do that. Francis Marion takes the rest of his force and rides out to this causeway. He takes about 80 men and sticks them back and down a different road that's at a 90-degree angle to this causeway, and he has them hide in the woods there. They're going to come in after the ambush starts and flank the enemy from the rear. He takes the rest of his men and lines them up on both sides of this causeway in the swamp. He's going to catch the enemy in a crossfire in this narrow path. Cutting back to the British perspective, they have this massive force. They keep getting, you know, little groups of guys, 5 guys trying to shoot at them from the road, and then they disappear into the woods, and then they chase them. They're gone. They do it again. Then they do it again. Then they do it again. The British are thinking, oh, it's just local militia. It's some farmers that picked up their guns. They're fucking with us. This is annoying. We're kind of getting tired of it. And then finally, Thomas Fraser gets eyes on the guys that have been harassing him for the past couple of miles. They are standing in the middle of this very narrow causeway out in the open. And he's probably thinking, he's going to end this shit right here. He's got horses. They don't. He orders all of his dragoons to charge down this causeway to take care of these guys.
Gotcha, bitch.
As soon as they cross into the causeway, both sides of this causeway erupt in gunfire, and there's nothing they can do because this is a narrow choke point with horses running forward at full sprint. You can't just stop and turn around. It's like hitting the brakes and throwing it in reverse on the freeway in traffic. It's going to be a disaster. You can either get trampled by the guys behind you, or you can just run the gauntlet. That's what they are forced to do. A ton of the men and horses get shot and killed. Commander Fraser actually gets shot off of his horse and then trampled by his own men. Now, some of the men actually
deserved.
They do make it through this gauntlet, but at this point, they only have one thing they can kind of do. You know, they have their main force of infantry dudes on foot that are, you know, a mile back at this point. They're coming, they're running towards them to help, but it's going to take a second. And now they are basically stranded out there in the middle of nowhere with no help. The only thing they can do if they want to survive is take off.
Man had a guy who was just fighting executed unceremoniously, just like straight up, like, no, I'm saying an example. We're going to execute anyone that is part of this army or sympathizes with this army. You just piss off the one person you didn't want to piss off. You deserved that trampling, because I would not want to be in your shoes if you got shot off and survived. It was not going to
off running the other direction and risk getting caught on your own, or turn around and rerun the gauntlet and try to make it back to their guys, which is what most of them do. Okay, I'm inferring a lot here, but in my head, I just imagine like some British cavalry dude that's thankful that he just survived, frantically riding his horse as fast as he can over the bodies of his dead friends as the entire tree line is full of pissed off Americans reloading rifles like, I'm gonna fucking get your ass. Some of them make it, some of them don't, but then, you know, the main force shows up. They bring their cannons right up front, at which point Francis Marion is like,
kill that guy.
They start trying to man these cannons, and every dude that gets anywhere near that cannon gets absolutely dropped. They're never able to fire off a single shot. Now from here, his other detachment...
That'd be super demoralizing. All right, get on that cannon, load it, shoot them. All right, I got blam. Get over there, blam. You next, blam. You. Oh, fuck this shit, man. I'm out.
Of men that he sent down the road should be coming down that road to flank these guys from the rear, but they're not coming for whatever reason. So Francis Marion's main force just winds up in this long, drawn-out skirmish with the British. They didn't have radios back then. It's not like he could just radio his guy and be like, flank now, and for whatever reason, the guy isn't coming in and flanking, so Francis Marion just keeps having his guys pick off every British dude that tries to man this cannon, and they're basically just farming the British for XP. And this goes on for like a while, potentially multiple hours, depending on which source you want to read. And then eventually Francis Marion hears the British guys yelling, we're getting flanked from the right, and he's like, fucking finally, I can crush all of these guys. He's like, wait, the right? They should be getting flanked from the left. What the fuck is going on? And the British start like reacting like they're getting flanked to the right, which they're not. Francis Marion knows they're not getting flanked from that direction. Also, he's been in this firefight for so long, all of his men are low on ammo. At this point, Francis Marion's like, okay, they're clearly confused. I'm clearly confused. I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'm low on ammo. It's time to dip. And him and his men just disappear into the swamp. The British were in fact not getting flanked. For whatever reason, his flanking element just decided to not show up. Francis Marion was pretty pissed about it. He would have been able to destroy the entire British force if they had, but things still worked out. One of the British officers that survived this engagement would later go on to say, and I quote, Every man of the artillery were killed or wounded before they could bring their artillery to bear upon the enemy, who immediately retired without the least injury. We lost 125 killed and a great many wounded. Francis Marion, on the other hand, reported losing only 1 man and having 3 guys get hurt.
Yeah, that's farm XP.
All right, the Battle of Utah Springs. Now, the Battle of Parker's Ferry that we just talked about took place on August 30th, 1781. The Battle of Utah Springs takes place on September 8th, so like a week later. So by this point, Francis Marion and his men have rode up and they have joined forces with Nathaniel Greene and the rest of the Continental Army and some other militias, and they have about 2,200 guys, and they're going to be going toe-to-toe with the British, who have 2,000 guys, pretty evenly matched. This is a big battle. Worth noting, the British are a couple hundred guys short of the Americans, primarily horse-mounted soldiers. I wonder why.
They all died.
Now, this is a conventional battle. This is open field warfare. Everybody's marching up with ranks. They're, standing in front of each other, shooting the muskets, firing volleys. And Francis Marion's militia is right up in the front line. Doesn't really happen that often, but that's where Francis Marion is with his guys. Now, typically in these battles like this, the militia fires 1, maybe 2 volleys, and then they run off and retreat and either just get off the battlefield or they hide behind the conventional forces. That's kind of the expectation for militiamen. That's the best you're going to get out of these guys. 1, 2, maybe 3 volleys, and then they're going to get out of the way. Francis Marion and his guys, however, reportedly stood in the pocket and fired up to 17 volleys, which is absolutely insane for a militia to pull off. As the battle devolves, they're pretty even on both sides, and it just turns into a slugfest. When it all settles down, both sides report, roughly 100 men have been killed, roughly 300 men have been wounded, and like 50, 60, 70 men have been captured on each side. And at one point during this battle, part of the American line manages to actually fracture part of the British line, and they punch through into the wood line where the British have this camp set up and basically raid this camp. And when I say raid the British camp, I mean they found a bunch of casks of whiskey and beer and started drinking in the wood line in the middle of the battle. Okay, A, that's hilarious, but B, not a great or the right time to be doing that, and it actually gives the British time to like regroup and start counterattacking, at which point Nathaniel Greene orders the retreat and they dip out. And the Battle of Utah Springs, much like the Battle of Guilford's Courthouse we talked about previously, is a case where like both sides are declaring themselves the victor. They both feel as though they have won. And again, technically speaking, the British won because, the Americans were attacking, so their goal was to stand their ground and defend that area, which they did in fact do because the Americans attacked and then retreated. But big picture wise, which is what Nathaniel Greene's concerned about, he wants to be able to go confront the British, kill enough of their guys that they're not strong enough to chase him all over the country and stop him from doing whatever he wants, which is exactly what he has succeeded in doing. So they've both achieved their goal. Ultimately, it is a case of the British have won the battle but lost the war, because this directly leads into the Siege of Yorktown that happens the very next month in October of 1781, which is where General Cornwallis surrenders and essentially is kind of seen as the end of the American Revolutionary War. Okay, fast forward, Yorktown has fallen, and this is kind of seen as like the end of the American Revolution. It's really not, because the actual Treaty of Paris that like formally ends the American Revolution and establishes America in the eyes of the British doesn't get signed until September of 1783, almost 2 years later. Yorktown is kind of cited as like the end of the American Revolution because that was the turning point where it basically crushed the British's will or any hopes they had of conquering or maintaining control of the colonies. So to put it simply, basically the British are no longer trying to win the war. They're just held up in their strongholds while they work out a peace treaty. And
AKA, they're biding time for the peace treaters is so they can try and keep some land. They're trying to keep some portion.
Francis Marion is going to keep the pressure on. Francis Marion continues launching guerrilla warfare operations for like the next 2 years. And to be fair, it does get harder for him because, again, this entire war is about morale, and a lot of people view the war as essentially over, but Francis Marion is still finding guys to help him out and putting in work the entire time. So while he's still going out there conducting guerrilla warfare operations against the British, he also gets elected to the South Carolina Senate. So now we have Senator Swamp Fox going out and conducting guerrilla warfare operations when he's not establishing new policy and propping up a new country. Okay, can we get back to this, please? This is the type of people that I want running the country. I want my politicians to be badasses. This is a 50-year-old man at this point running around engaging the enemy. Meanwhile, 250 years later, I've got Nancy Pelosi and Mitch McConnell, a bunch of senior citizens that are just worried about insider trading the entire time, fucking over everybody.
Feels good, eh, Bird? You're really loose. Never seen you this relaxed before.
I'm sorry, I'm getting distracted. Anyways, Francis Marion's last operation is in August of 1782, and it is just, you know, one of his normal little missions. He's launching an attack on a British supply line, and during this battle, his wagon full of ammunition and his personal supplies gets taken out. His men run out of ammunition mid-fight, and Francis Marion is ordered to call for a retreat because his men run low on ammo, and he's not going to have them fix bayonets and risk their lives. And the last order that he issues in combat is the retreat, not for his own ego, but for the benefit of his men. And again, I bring this up because it's poetic.
Yeah.
It summarizes who Francis Marion is as a leader. He is not going to put his ego and his emotions first. He doesn't care about getting this win. He doesn't care about being perceived as a loser. He cares about the big picture, and he cares about his men, and he does the right thing every single time. And while he's no longer fighting in direct combat, we also see him continuing this fight in politics during his career as a South Carolina senator, because his main concern, the main thing that he pushes, is not having retaliation against the people that supported the British, not having retaliation against the Tories. Because again, Francis Marion, always big picture, morale, optics, and moving forward. And he knows that if we're worried about people getting mad about shit that happened 3 years ago during this war, and you have people that were patriots retaliating against people that were Tories trying to burn down each other's houses for revenge, that everything's going to fall apart again, and it's just going to devolve into a civil war, and he does everything he can to prevent that. And again, it comes at a great deal of self-sacrifice to Francis Marion, because that is a wildly unpopular opinion to a lot of people, but he does
Which
it
makes
anyways
sense, yeah.
because it's the right thing to do. After the American Revolutionary War had ended, obviously they didn't have the Medal of Honor yet at this point in time, but for major figures in the war, Congress did vote and elect to award gold medals to certain key people like Daniel Morgan, Nathaniel Greene, Thomas Sumner. Among them was Francis Marion, and while the other three did wind up receiving their gold medals, Francis Marion never did. After all of this, Francis Marion would return home to his farm only to find that his property had been ransacked multiple times and neglected for years. So he rebuilt it and went back to being a farmer before ultimately passing away on February 27, 1795 at the age of 63. And that is the story of Francis Marion, America's patron saint of guerrilla warfare, a 48-year-old farmer with a bum leg that would somehow almost single-handedly halt the British Southern strategy and become a legend in the process, known as the Swamp Fox. Thank you for
That's
watching.
awesome.
Best way to support the channel is go buy some merch, maybe drink some Echelon, which is available at Vitamin Shop now, by the way, or you can order online. Links to both of those over at thefatelectrician.com. Quack bang out.
Goddamn, Nick.
I'm just
This
going to be
was a
honest
long
with you
one.
guys.
Whoa.
It took me a couple days to record this, and I was talking to my lovely wife about it, and she's like, who is it? And I was like, Francis Marion, the guy that Mel Gibson's character in The Patriot's based off of. And she's like, I've never seen that movie. So I realized that I'm a failure as a husband for not making my wife watch that movie with me. So I'm going to go do that right now. Okay, bye.
See, hun, you're not the only one. So, there's the other video about Daniel Morgan, who is the other character that they use that inspired Mel Gibson's character from The Patriot. But that was Francis Marion, the Swamp Fox. And this was a long one by Nick. Holy cow, this one was long. Yep. And then we've got episodes of Ghost in the Shell to watch. But yeah, this was Francis Marion, the Swamp Fox. This a long one by Nick. He's getting some really long ones out there. He's getting some good short ones still, but he's getting some long ones. He's going super in depth, which is awesome. This could have been way longer if he had gone into details on every little thing, but he was trying to get the main. It's something he always does. He goes for the main point and what tells the better story while keeping it all factual. Factual in the fact that this is what we have, this is the information we have. So it's always great to see. So guys, go give the Fat Electrician love and support on that one. Go watch the video itself, give it a like, and all that fun stuff. Bella and Gemma. Oh, that's cute. That's cute, Allie. All right, give me a few minutes, guys. I'm going to go use the bathroom, watch over the laundry, and then I'll be back. We're going to watch another video. But yeah, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Saturday morning cereal bowl, sugar rush power taking control, sitting too close to the screen again, watching spandex warriors save my friends. Every villain had a dramatic plan, usually stopped by a backflip man, and if the monster made a pun too far, it got punched into a shower of sparks. Helmet, hair, and heart, lightning in the dark, strike a pose so hard, even destiny has to start. Metal bugs, dragon kings, motorcycles, cosmic rings. Every kid believed they could be a hero underneath ordinary things. Red was brave and blue was cool. Yellow made the bad guys look like fools. Pink had aim, black had style. Green showed up and changed my life a while. Then came the loner in the midnight glow. Bug-eyed mask and a belt that stole the show. One hand to the sky, one boot to the face. Villain got launched into outer space. Cheap explosions, perfect sound. Foam rocks flying all around. Tiny city, giant roar. I still came back wanting more. Helmet, hair, and heart, lightning in the dark, strike a pose so hard, even destiny has to start. Metal bugs, dragon kings, motorcycles, cosmic rings. Every kid believed they could be a hero underneath ordinary things. Why did the monster wait for them to transform? Because evil respects choreography. Why do they announce every attack? Because friendship needs branding. Why does the bike explode through a wall? Because doors are for civilians. Helmet, hair, and heart, still glowing in the dark. From toy store aisles to battle cries, you left a symbol on our lives. Laughing loud, standing tall, even when the budget looked small. You made the world feel huge to me. A masked up, color-coded memory.
All right. I'm back. I is back. All right. Get some more. Let's get some more people being stupid and doing stupid things around cops. Thank you. Thank you. Laundry's going. Everything's all good. All right. All right. Let's watch something from Midwest Safety. Good old Midwest Safety. We like Midwest Safety. They're great people. But police chase leaves 6 patrol cars wrecked. Oh, we got one of those people on this one. This is gonna be fun. All right, let's check this out. Let's see what Midwest Safety has for us in this one.
Down the railroad tracks now.
On April 3rd, 2025, dispatch in Eau Claire, Wisconsin received multiple 911 calls about a maroon Chevy driving towards pedestrians on a sidewalk as school was starting. Officers fanned out.
That, as a parent, that's super. I don't like that. Hopefully, like none of the kids, like no kids, like on the road or on the sidewalk waiting for the bus. Oh,
to search for the vehicle,
that's
but
scary.
had no idea that 7 cars would be destroyed before this was all over. But the biggest question was whether the suspect could be stopped before tragedy struck.
Where is it? Oh, there.
Oh, it's on. He's up on the sidewalk.
All right.
That's scary.
West on me, you just crashed into some garbage bin. Blue stop sign on 7th and Mead.
Slow down just in case he gets back this way.
No more. Oh, bike path. Awesome. Guys, just like, I'm just gonna take the bike path. Fuck you. All right.
Okay, let's go down here. There's no outlet. Damn it.
That's why we don't trust women to guide us. Sorry. I know it's an FTO officer. She's trying to teach her new person, but man, know your streets, please.
Turn around. He's going south. There, he just turned eastbound, going back towards 3rd.
168's got him. Go, 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 go.
Pushing it.
Cool bus.
What road is that?
He's on the sidewalk again. Jesus. This guy is just like, I'm gonna go everywhere. Literally.
West.
West on Maple. West on Maple. Nice. West on Maple.
North. What was the address he was trying to get to?
He's up on this. Jesus, this guy, yeah. He's all over the place.
Stay inside. He's driving on the sidewalk. He's driving super recklessly. Keep your kids inside. Stay inside.
Going in circles.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where you're like, there's a crazy driver out there and he's driving around and kids gotta go to school. Hey, yeah, you're not going to school today. That's super terrifying.
Take a couple deep breaths. You're doing great.
Cool.
At some point, he's just gonna crash. We have to understand that, okay? Take a deep breath. You're okay. It's all right.
He's losing. He's losing. That front end is like already wobbly. He's losing suspension. That's really scary. And you're in a neighborhood that's just. This is a recipe for disaster. If anything happens in here.
Eastbound Maple coming to 3rd. Eastbound Maple coming up to 3rd.
Get behind him. Get behind him. Get behind him. Go. It's fine. It's fine.
He just took out his street sign. It's fine.
You hear that? Yep. Unit right there. Stop with a lace off. Stop right there. Get sticks out. He's coming around the block again. Talking to me?
I don't know.
Coming to the intersection. intersection. No spikes out.
Hit him. Careful, slow down. You got Bowen right there.
Woman, which one is it? Do you want me to hit him or do you want me to slow down? Sorry. It's one of those like, hit him. Slow down. What do you want me to do?
Get up! Stop!
Don't let him through. Alright. At this point, we're just gonna have to
Coming up to third.
pin him.
Coming up to third.
Good job, you're alright.
That would have been a very risky pit. It might have been okay, but that would have been a very risky pit. Because he's going to go into like this area right over here. It would have, and I saw a vehicle, so it would have damaged the car, so they would have had to pay for that.
We're not trying to, ma'am. Trying to get a hold of him and tell him to stop.
Hey, I got this right here. I got it right here. Set up over there.
He's hallucinating. It's a
Who is it? Who is it?
My brother Nathan Stevens.
Get out of the way.
Yeah, it was safer to get out. He was fine.
Negative on
Lady.
spikes. Negative on spikes.
You're right.
Damn, he just blew by them.
He's gonna come back. I think if you guys stay there, I stay here, we can just throw it right into the center.
Negative break. Speed sit. I'm gonna try to pit him when we get over the bridge here. Before he went on Old Correction, back on third. Garden Street.
He's back on third. Hey, just watch out. You guys don't have a barrier, so he might run into you guys.
Get him driving in circles, man. Come on.
Alright, at this point, if we get the opportunity, we just need a pit.
This guy's just, he's driving in circles, which is like, to be honest, like that's nerve-wracking because he's driving in circles in a neighborhood, so you got so much more like, there's this like this unneeded level of stress of like, we need to pit him, but we got to pit him right and at the right speed, because if we're pitting him too fast, he's gonna roll into the house. Like there's a lot of like, we need to pit him, we need to stop him, but we don't want to pit him where he's going to, like, if he rolls into a car at this point, fuck it, whatever, we'll deal with it. But you don't want him rolling into a house, because he's in an SUV, so the vehicle's automatically high center of gravity. It can roll, and it can roll a little bit more than you really want it to. There's a lot. What's up, Nikki? Doing well. Yeah, too many risk factors. Too many.
Take a deep breath. It's okay.
I'm with you. You can box him in.
Let's get behind him.
10-4.
It's alright.
Negative pit. Squad.
Yeah, too much risk.
Rick on Truex? Which way?
Well, we can't move our, we popped the tire.
I blew a tire.
This is one of those times I'm defending a female officer. It wasn't the female officer that blew the tire, it was the male officer driving. Still gonna blame it on the woman because she was in the passenger seat.
Here, box him in right here.
I don't.
Yeah, same.
Box him in right here.
Careful. Alright.
Second unit disabled. Jeez, wait, what happened?
Careful. Alright.
Good pit. Ooh, but took him out. Ooh, aw.
Alright, let's go.
Dude, that That wheel was just not in the direction it should have been. Oh.
Alright, get up behind him. Out there. You're good. You're good. You're good.
I'm 10 fuel in front of me, but 1050 out of the tree. What's happening, you guys? You're all over the road.
Take a deep breath, okay? You're doing good. You're doing a great job. Continuing on tracks.
If you guys want to stay here, I'm gonna go try to see if I can get ahead of them.
Alright, slow down. Okay, we gotta figure out which way he's gonna go.
He's gonna go his way. Oh, wrong side.
He's in the oncoming traffic now on the crossing. Crashing on.
Oh, this is scary.
What direction?
Northbound. Still northbound.
Past the crossing.
Yeah, that's the scary part. He's going northbound in the southbound lane. So he's going against traffic. And you can't do much. Because if you get into that side, you're not ahead of him, you're just running the risk of running into an innocent bystander. He's running the risk of running into an innocent bystander. There's just too many factors like, do you go over there and risk it? If you can't get ahead of him, almost not worth the risk. It just sucks.
Passing Alpine.
Yeah.
Passing Alpine. Still northbound.
You let state and chip one out, please. Down the railroad tracks now.
Down railroad track.
Now he's riding next to. Oh.
Get up to him, you guys.
Yep.
Hopefully no trains are coming.
No other cars around. What direction?
Try to keep it nice and straight, okay? You got rocks.
Said they're going westbound.
Westbound.
Wait, what? Rocks?
Said they're going
Shit.
westbound.
Okay.
Westbound on the railroad tracks. He's still going.
Yeah, this right here is stressful because, like, you need to know, like, it sounds like these are active train tracks, so you don't know when a train's going to be coming. A lot of the time it's scheduled, but you still, maybe it's running ahead, maybe it's running behind. You don't know. There's too many factors. Oh no, what's going to happen if a train comes up?
Please don't crash. I don't have my seatbelt.
Ma'am?
Please don't crash. I don't have my seatbelt.
Doesn't have her seatbelt. Oh no.
Can anybody get the cane in the crossing in case he comes down?
We're going to be coming out behind Menards. Still lost on the tracks.
Turn north. Turn north. Hey, if he's going into these parts.
I think that's like the first thing you learn to do when you go into a high-speed chase is your first reaction should be buckle up because you never know. And you've been like, oh, we need to pay him. We need to pay him. Why do you have your seatbelt on? If you're pushing to pit, you need to have your seatbelt on.
Try to box him in at some point here.
Careful, careful, careful.
Ramming is authorized at this point.
Ramming is authorized, okay.
Before we've done that, he's in a big SUV.
Northbound. Northbound. Like northbound on Kane.
Oh. Ooh. Oh, good pit, good pit, good pit.
Good pit, good pit, good pit on the box in there.
Slow down, slow down, slow down. Slow down, slow down, slow down. You're good. Hey! Hey!
Good pit. We're good, 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 good. Box him, box him.
Get in the back! Get in the
Unit 3's out.
Where's the radio? He's reaching in the back for something. 168 units. He is reaching in the back for something.
Something got launched.
Back for something. You did good, dog. You did so good.
Well, he's in the field.
He's in the field now. Looks like they're going back eastbound. In a field.
I think she's main call out, but she's like talking to her training, to her trainee way too much.
Remember, he went eastbound, he is southbound in a field from that direction. Eastbound. 114 still on, and we're southbound to the field, going back towards Menards PC. Are we going back towards Menards PC, southbound in the field?
It's alright, dude. Just keep pushing until we can't anymore, okay?
Yep.
Unless it's too unsafe for us to keep going.
Headed eastbound now from that field.
Headed eastbound from the field. Looks like he's going towards Careful for the pole. You're good. You're good.
Don't tell me to be careful when you've been trying to get him to pit. Woman, hush.
Alright, we got some over there. Looks like Chiplo's here.
Yep. 168 has rifle. At this point, like, hopefully we can get enough units to just... Looks like they're going more east towards 7th Avenue.
This vehicle's starting to smoke pretty bad.
That one vehicle's just hoods up. That one vehicle's fucked. That's a new unit no matter what on that one.
To a spot here where he's
Yeah, I know, right?
He's reaching around in the vehicle. Oh my god.
Don't go in the field about 4,900 blocks of Alpine at this point.
Slow down, slow down, slow down.
He might be stuck.
Yeah, he's not stuck.
He might have something in his right hand.
Slow down, he's... Oh.
Foothill.
And gonna be deployed for direct apprehension. I got the mic.
I don't think he's gonna make it out of this ditch. He's gonna try.
He's gonna try. He made it.
Careful, you gotta pull. He's not gonna make it far.
No shit, I've got a pole. I can see what I'm... Woman.
Alright, he's calling for Alpine. The next field. Come on.
Eastbound from Alpine.
Good pit, good pit.
Here we go.
Get ready, get ready.
Get over.
Well, ramming was authorized.
Yeah. Okay. Show me your hands!
Yeah, I know, right? Oh, puppers. There's a fur missile.
Give me the rifle. Give me him back, stand behind! Gotcha.
Manso's.
Someone's got pepper ball. I can pepper ball them out. Windows are down.
Man is screaming for his life. What the fuck?
Pepper ball in here. Someone breached the side window with a 40 if we can. What's the chance we're about pepper ball? Get out of the vehicle!
We're about to have spicy paintballs going in.
Pepper! Pepper out!
And that vehicle's gonna be really spicy.
Get out of the car now!
Yep, that's a spicy car.
Pepper ball!
So, some canine units do bark collars so the dog doesn't bark. Just in case, like, the person doesn't know that there's a dog. So the dog knows, don't bark when this is on. It's not like a Hassan collar, shock collar. It's a light, like, hey, stop, tap. But it's primarily so the canine unit doesn't bark, so people don't know that the canine unit's there. So when they're ready to release the canine unit, they remove the bark collar and the fur missile is activated.
Pepper's out! Get out of here! Go! We are out of pepper ball.
Was that
Get out of here! Go!
just some random person just like, oh, what's all the cops doing over here? You see like 4 cops and you see guns. Maybe not going down that road is a good idea.
We are out of
Yeah.
pepper ball. Get out of here!
He unloaded that pepper ball. It's gonna be a spicy car.
Ball was crossfire. Ball, get back here! Yep, I'm back. We're good.
Oh, engine died.
Vehicle anymore. No, it's full of pepper. He's trying to reverse it. If we can just get another squad in to ensure he can't. Engine just is disabled right now. Box in behind.
Engine is dead. That is a dead vehicle.
Clear! Get back here. Yep, I'm good. When I put it, he reached up like he was pointing something at me, like he was trying to get me to shoot him or something.
He's hallucinating from what I heard.
Yeah. Yeah, hang on.
So interesting start to the day.
He's losing it.
I'm getting him ready right now.
He's such a good boy. Yes, he is.
Cut on your hand. All right. Glass. Did your airbags go off?
That's me right here.
Airbags.
I got them ready. Yeah.
Yep, go.
$2 million Scoville scream.
If he comes out on his own, great. If not, I can send a dog in and I can use long line to apprehend.
So we'll go up there. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Noah, you're gonna stay long.
I'm gonna grab this.
Yep.
He is tweaking.
Well, yeah, your vehicle is just being fucking pepperballed.
I got 40.
Oh, that hurts so bad. My eyes.
Door, watch the crossfire coming
That's a very spicy car right now.
over.
Yeah, we're her back up then.
And now we got 40 Mike. Oh boy.
Hey, you want to take a step back and I can jump in? Okay.
Well, you dumb bitch if you had buckled up. I think my fingers broke. Well, if you had buckled up.
Clear the rest of the car, please.
I'm still in the vehicle. I'm still in the vehicle.
Right behind you.
Thanks, clear.
Yeah, it's a little spicy in there, guys.
Stop resisting.
I'm not until you have blood.
Oh, goodest boy.
10-2 for EMS. Come on up.
On your side.
This is like manhandling him.
What's your name, boss?
Once they grab onto him, he came right out.
And it's clear right up to the scene.
What do you need, Aaron?
The 6 cars wrecked.
Nathan Stevens. Yep.
Oh, did he just get out?
He just got out of jail. Oh, jeez.
Days ago, right?
That didn't last long.
A total of 6 police units were wrecked and 2 officers were taken to the hospital with non-life-threatening injuries. Each vehicle cost about $50,000, but can cost as much as $75,000 when taking into account the standard equipment each squad car is outfitted with, meaning damages incurred by the Eau Claire Police Department may have reached $250,000. A search of the vehicle yielded over 14 grams of methamphetamine, as well as 3 unused hypodermic needles, and over $1,300 in a currency envelope. 41-year-old Nathan Stevens was
Man was apparently schizo and tweaking. Oh, that's a dangerous combination. No wonder he was driving so erratically.
Identified on scene due to having been just released from prison for multiple convictions in 2022, including possession of meth as a repeat offender and battery to a law enforcement officer. He also has a 20-year criminal history stretching all the way back to 2005, where he was convicted of taking and driving a vehicle without consent. He was taken to the hospital and medically cleared for booking. According to court documents, Nathan was charged with 2 counts of recklessly endangering safety, 2 counts of fleeing and eluding resulting in bodily harm, and possession of methamphetamine. He also received 20 traffic violations.
Only 20.
For the multiple stop signs he ran, and for driving in the wrong lane of traffic and on sidewalks, among other violations.
Sorry,
Cash
how's it
bond
going?
was
I
set
know,
at
right?
$35,000, and Nathan pleaded not guilty to all charges. However, 3 months later, Nathan entered a plea agreement where he pleaded guilty to 2 counts of fleeing and eluding an officer resulting in bodily harm in exchange for dropping all other charges. Nathan was ordered to serve a 5-year prison sentence with 2 years of extended supervision, as well as the remaining time on his extended supervision from his previous conviction. He was also ordered to pay over $3,500 in restitution. Nathan is currently serving his time at Jackson Correctional Institution and could remain in prison until 2036.
No, he's if he's that much of a danger, just bury him in prison at this point.
I'm like a pepper ball.
That was the pepper ball?
Yeah.
That was good.
Yeah, seriously.
It was all of them.
It was awesome. It was a good job.
It was the whole can.
No, seriously, like that's only 5 years, like 2 years supervision plus whatever supervision he has, but still, that's like no time at all. Lungs are sad. Yeah, Pepperball's Caspian will fuck you up. It will fuck you up easily. All right. We're not calling it. I'm just doing this because we got Caspian, capsaicin, blah. You know what I'm saying, even though I'm saying it badly. We're not calling it. We've got about 6 So we'll play some music right now. We'll just sit here and chill and talk while I get everything prepped and ready. Ooh, actually, you know what? No. I just thought about it. I just talked about this. Record one thing. This will be an AI video. So I gotta showcase this. This is our buddy Night Owl along with Chi and Cry Star. They put together something really amazing. Added myself in, Monica, and I forgot a few other people in here. So done super well, but I want to showcase this just in case you guys haven't, if people haven't seen it. This is amazing what Night Owl, Chi, and Cry got done.
Old man, those monsters have taken her. They took her to the old castle.
I have something you'll need. A tool made especially for what you are about to do.
Old man, if I don't return...
Perish the thought. I'll see you at sunup.
And again, Night Owl did a lot of this, most of the genning for this, so he did an amazing job with it. He had help from TriStar from Cree. And she really helped out in the music in this. Again, one thing with AI is like keeping consistency, which is one of the hardest things to do. So it's always great to see when you can keep some consistency to stuff. Like it's really hard to do, especially when you're like bouncing between scenes and stuff like that. Interval is very upset.
Turn back now, or suffer.
And Night Owl did an amazing job getting the genning going for this and getting the scene to work well for the fights. The biggest thing with AI, a lot of AIs don't like blood, so it's really easy to gen scenes where you're fighting undead or skeletons. Makes it really easy. Makes it work better with you. Yeah. That's why, like, if you can do local, you can do a lot more with local and break it. You just gotta be smart about it. As I tell everyone, for anything AI, you have to learn to be very general but specific. Yep. Me just keeping Night Owl away from his waifus, that's all. That's all it ever is. I'm just keeping him away from the waifus. I'm not actually going for them. I'm just trying to block him from having waifus.
Die, monster! You don't belong in this world!
It was not by my hand that I'm once again given flesh. I was called here by humans who wish to pay me tribute.
Tribute? You steal men's souls and make them your slaves!
Perhaps the same could be said of all religions.
Your words are as empty as your souls, and mankind ill needs a savior such as you.
What is a man? A
There's
miserable little pile of
secrets.
But
But enough talk.
Have at you!
Sorry. I know, right? The fact that you got the cape fire to work that way. Oh yeah, no, that was the entire point. We made the he made the joke of doing a Castlevania thing. Like that entire scene is right there was Richter and Dracula's lines from Symphony of the Night. Like Chrysler actually had to help do that because it was blocking him on the one could say that for all religions. But they did amazing getting this together. I don't know how long it took, but they did well on it. They really did. How could he? Go, don't worry, you can just yell at Night Owl. I think now it's good to go. But yeah, they did an amazing job on that. Okay. You're gonna make me do. Give me a moment. Refresh theme. Gotta do its final unpack. See how long this is going to take. Hopefully not too long. All right, sounds good, bro. But yeah, like Night Owl, she and Kaisar all did amazing getting all that put together, getting the good music and everything, and prompting all of that. Like, again, like, is AI perfect? No, there's a lot of issues with it, and you still have to do a lot of work, and sometimes you just don't get the thing you want going. It fights you. Oh yes, music. Get music while this is going. Aura. Hopefully it Goes quickly. I have nothing else going on, so there should be no reason why it takes a long time. So, but yeah, like I said, they did amazing on that. And again, getting it to do the lines, which is in itself a pain in the ass to do. You know, they did amazing. And it really Crystar pulled like something out amazingly, which we love to see. We love to see everyone come together and work together to build something. Though it would have been cool, funny to use both Night Owl and myself using our voices. Again, I wouldn't have minded helping out there. Oh yeah, we could have easily. We could easily. We could easily go back and do that. Let me change up the game for stream real quick. While we're waiting for everything to unpack and go be playable. I'm glad to hear that. I enjoyed doing this album, and I can't wait to start working on the next one. I just want to get this one out before I start actually focusing on the next album. I'm happy. I'm happy you like it. If one person enjoys it, that's what I care about. Oh, my Suno's got 31 followers. I never expect to do what. I shouldn't say that. I don't put expectations on myself like that. I want to do something, and as long as someone's enjoying it, that's all that I care about. If I have 100 people enjoying it, awesome. If I have 1,000, 2,000, 100,000, cool. as long as someone is enjoying it. That's what I care about. Yep. Exactly, it's a bonus. Apparently, it looks like Nazca is going to do Among Us Wednesday.
It just means you remember everything. Let the whole thing pass me by.
Yep, I'm just waiting for it to unpack, finally. By my side.
Close my eyes, let the whole thing pass me by. I need to let go, let go, let go, let go of this pride. I think about your face and how I fall into your eyes. The outline that I trace around the one that I call mine. A time that called for space, unclear where you drew the line. I don't need to solve this case, I just need you by my side.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like, every time I look around and I'm looking at people's AI stuff, it's amazing to see what people are doing. And it's gonna be funny if I do this third version of how I'm thinking about doing the lore video. Because everyone's gonna be like, man, how'd you get it so clean? I'll be like, I painstakingly gen thousands of frames of images. What's up, Kura? How's it going? Yes, we wouldn't sound. You're good. How are you doing, Kura? Yeah, no. Yeah, if I can get it to work the way I want it to, it might be like a combination if I can keep all the art styles relatively close. But man, if I can get that one, that's gonna be. I think everyone's going to enjoy it, but man. Yeah. But it would be done like an old like animation, so it's frame by frame by frame. If I do it at 60, I could probably run it at 24, which is actually what film is done at, and it still look good. Because 24 would look clean but not choppy. But yeah, there's a lot. But I'm probably going to at least run 30. I'm going to have to run at least 30 frames to make it work well. But it'll be a pain, but I think I've got it because I've been getting clean images running the way I want it to. It's just rough. It just takes a long time. So again, it might be like a mixture of them. And we're just chilling here, waiting for Beast of Reincarnation to finish unpacking. And then we're gonna get into it.
I don't die, I don't fade, I just watch everything slip away.
I should go get some refill my water while we're waiting.
I've seen the years collapse like rain, faces lost inside the pain. Your voice still lingers in the dark, a fading echo, a dying spark. I held you close, I felt you break. Another life I couldn't save. The world keeps turning, I remain a living ghost inside the same. Every memory cuts like glass, every moment never lasts. I reach, but time pulls you away. I won't fade, even when the light is gone.
Thought about it, I was like, wait, did I ever put that mic? I did. I'm looking like, I don't see it. I must have. Probably would unpack faster if I put it on the M2, but it's going on a solid state drive, so it shouldn't matter.
Inside the flame, calling out my broken name. I try, but I can't escape. I won't fade, even when the light is gone. I won't break.
Do that too real quick. So I'm thinking of things I can be doing while we're waiting. Like making sure my alarms are set for tomorrow morning and everything.
Light beyond it all. If love still lives beyond the pain, then I am not complete.
Yeah, all right, we're getting close. It's at 64%. All right. Getting there. It's getting there. I promise everyone. It's getting there. Sometimes it likes to take forever. All right. 74%. We're getting there. We're getting there. I promise you. I'm gonna use the bathroom one last time before we get into this thing, because it looks like we're getting close to it. All right. All right. We're almost ready. I do want to show one thing. I keep forgetting that this line exists. I don't remember what movie this is from. This is just it's such a great line. So, showcase a little Keanu Reeves, because this line is this entire interaction is hilarious.
Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa is Japanese. It's insulting to Koreans.
How am I supposed to tell if you can't?
Fuck's that supposed to mean, white boy?
It means you got eyes like apostrophes. You dress white, talk black, and drive Jews. So how am I supposed to know what kind of zipperhead dog-munching dink you are if you don't? Yo. Konnichiwa.
I love that. That line. I love it. Keanu Reeves giving us an amazing performance. I just can't remember what movie that's from. All right, let's get into this. Finally, I check out Beast of Reincarnation by Game Freak. Literally, seriously, I think this is like one of the first games Game Freak's ever done that is not a Nintendo exclusive thing. After beginning, oh, interesting. Oh, thank you. Give me PlayStation buttons. Okay, we'll keep it in Japanese. Really? And NVIDIA. We'll go for performance for now. That way I can keep a solid 60. All right. So only the right. But for you guys, it's right there. Enemies will be much stronger. We'll do normal for now. Let's turn all that off. We don't need auto targeting. Cutscenes are set to, ooh, interesting. I have a cutscene version where it specifically drops it down to 24 frames for cinematic experience, meaning a film experience. Which probably also means it upscales it and like does a lot of stuff. We'll just do performance for now. Means it's got more loading. It has to load more on it.
Daからかつての人類は感情を破棄しようとした。感情を破棄して進化を試みた。だが行き場を失った感情の断片が魂を劣化させた。
Okay.
人類の大半が滅んだ今も魂は劣化し続けている。
Ooh, I've got screen tearing. You guys don't, but I do.
色雲が接近。やはり来たわ。主よ。
回避は
不可能。3分後に腐食の圏内に入るわ。
このままだと囲まれる。出るしかない。ここで止めて。揺らさないで。
了解。移動停止。
Interesting. Interesting machine. Okay. That's gonna drive me insane a little bit. When I see the screen tearing it, that's gonna drive me insane. No more blurring. Do we not have a VSync option? Probably under display. Oh, okay. So let's turn off the upscaling then. Okay. Hold on, it's saying right bumper. That's not right. Sorry. I do like 9,000 things while I'm doing things. Oh no, it's okay. I don't know why he said right bumper there.
あと30秒で汚れが到達。カウントダウンする。
大丈夫。もう見えてる。くん、できるだけカブラから離れる。
Oh.
素早い。くん、お願い。
Oh, interesting.
進むよ。
Okay, so then that's the next thing because it's showing. I don't know why it's showing something else. Why it's showing Xbox controls when I'm on PlayStation controls? That's interesting. That's going to throw me off for a little. Or lube. Having the dog. That's cool though. We have a pew pew too. What the fuck?
突き進むしかないぞ。すぐ手軽にやりたい。でもこの一帯の腐食体を倒して汚れの濃度を下げるんだ。
Alright. We're robots helping fight. Okay.
Emma, ついに来たか。
シド。
Yeah.
Seireki 4026年。
4026 AD. Jeez. Only 2,000 years from now.
この国が終焉を迎えてからすでに1000年余り。突如各地に発生した腐食体。大地、空、文明、生けるものさえも汚れに侵された。腐食体の中核であり、不死の生命体、輪廻の獣。人類は幾度も挑んだが滅することかなわず、すでに人々は生きる希望を失っていた。だが
Can't kill something, so everyone's just giving up.
届いた。東の黄金地に希望ありと。人類の希望はその人一人。汚れに侵されたがゆえに蔑まれ育った汚れ人。ただ一人。
Interesting. Alright, interesting. Early summer, 5 months ago. Now we start from the beginning. Before we have all the cool shit.
Blood, 聞こえてる。
どうだ、その服は。
Seems durable.
丈夫そう。
ああ、生半可な刃は通さない作りだ。 本題だ、浄化兵。任務は分かっているな。
主の発見と討伐。
そうだ。この汚れの濃度、主はこの区域のどこかにいる。だが詳細な居場所は
Yeah, the only thing that's behind me is like the dog, and I don't know what all I need to move, where I need to move.
まずはそこで手がかりを探せ。
分かった。
それと、
Okay.
神楽の容体だが、
My health's
今の
over
と
to
こ
the
ろ
left.
命に別状はない。夜には目を覚ますだろう。
そう、分かった。
Well, something burned there.
あの光、野営地。
Discover your first campsite. Ah, okay. Interesting. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. Huh, okay, so we can get stagger and I can tell the dog to go attack things. Okay.
外にまともなゴーレムは残っておるのか。
バイオレット。
エマ、話が聞けるものを探そう。
分かった。
Okay, that's gonna drive me insane. It's still just showing that's probably gonna be have to be up there. Oh, there we go. Now
何かあるの？
oh, that's cool. We did a little bit of that before, but that's an actual like so you can get up areas. Interesting.
クー、お前はどこから来たの？わかんないか。
Yeah, if you want to get on top of it, that's cool.
Ku, 誰かいる？
Yeah, her coat's actually really nice.
腐食体の主を探している。
主か。隔壁を破って出現したらしい。お前も次の区域へと向かうのか。
ここの主を倒したら
こともなげに言うのだな。なら街道の先にある地下居住区に行け。
Like the size of an actual wolf. The
我ら
best
の
part.
村の長から話を聞くんだ。敵を取ってくれよ。
And the robot's dead.
情報を得たら地下居住区、そこで村の長を探せ。
食体ジャット
What's up, Soul 6? How's it going?
食体の攻撃を強力じゃエマ受け流すのじゃ。空の技が使えるぞ。空エマ、怪我はないか。少しかすめた。念のためじゃ治療しておけ。
That's cool. Alright, and then we have stem packs. They automatically force an injury on you there to make you stem pack. Red key seems to be necessary. Okay. Gotta find a red key. Then the hair.
エマ、髪を使うのじゃ。クー、敵だ。
Interesting. Hold on. I'm getting distracted by stuff. Sorry. Yeah, no hurt Ku. Ku is best display. Even if Ku is a woman. We're not sure yet. We'll learn. Amber. So Amber's currency. Got it. Oh. Ow. Okay. gonna take me a second to kind of get used to this game because there's a lot you have to do. It's not like, oh, just this button for attack, this button is, and like dodge guards here. It's like a little bit more. Oh, he discovered it. Oh, over there. I do like the traverse. And like none of it's like locked. They just teach you it as you go. It's kind of nice. Oh, you discovered it there.
行って。そばにいて。
Nice. So he can one-shot enemies if they don't know we're coming. Oh, and then okay, so we leveled leveled up. Interesting. Ah. That's a lot of enemies. Okay. They don't want us going over there yet. We'll just go follow main story for now. Question mark? I'm guessing fast travel here. Ah, okay, so strength, vitality, his hair, increases HP, makes sense. Attack, defense there. Skill power. Okay, interesting. Neckblade, pure fire blade. Interesting. Who is adorable? Okay. Wow, we can do a lot. Interesting. Yeah, I tried to make sure everything is like toned down a little bit, but I can only do so much. This is definitely one that is it is gonna be rough on some eyes. Okay, so resting. What is resting? Resting does recover our healing. Good to know.
汚れの森だ。日没が近づけば、汚れの森は出現する。森の中は未知の世界だ。どんな化け物がいるかも想像できん。周囲の警戒を怠るな。
Interesting. Okay. Inedible unless boiled over 70 degrees Celsius first. Use cooking. Interesting. So they have like areas that transform when you're in them because of the miasma. We're getting cooking ingredients. That probably means we need it for something. Oh god. Hi guys. Cannot be open from this side. Okay. Yeah. Something on there. Interesting. Okay, there's a lot to discover when you're playing. Ancient book common. Dirt stone. Interesting. Merchant may take this off. Maybe it. Okay. Effects can be identified at campsite. Cool. There's actually a lot to do in this. House. What? There's something over here? Oh. Got back stuff for us too. That's awesome. things. I can't get up there. Yeah. Oh, no, wait. I can. I just gotta find the right way. Interesting. So there's a lot of exploration. Oh god, I'm gonna get lost exploring in this game. Oh. Ow. Knew there was another one around here. Oh, what's up there? Yeah, I'm like... Sorry, just gotta take in the scenery for a moment, because this is actually really interesting. I love the changing and of the field and everything. And how free roam it is and how it feels. Shoot at me. Un momento. Yeah, and Cruz is like finding stuff for us too. Attack 6, game battle boost figure. Huh, interesting.
到着したようだな。こちらでも観測しているが、暴走ゴーレムの反応ばかりだ。
あの光、野営地。
Fire skills. Okay, so I can do that. What's this? Oh, okay. Okay. Interesting. Weird. On here. One second, my no, that's still up. Hi Pat, how are you doing? My Twitch completely killed itself. But how are you doing, Pat? Oh, nice. Very nice. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what happened to my Twitch. Because Kick, YouTube, and Rumble are all still up. Just not my Twitch. That's so weird. Why is my Twitch down? I'm gonna pull up. All right, well then. Going to log. So weird that it just Kick is up, YouTube's up, Twitch is the only one that's down. Why am I Twitch? I'm checking stuff. Hey, nothing there. That's what I've been checking. Okay, so that's all correct. Nothing there is. Interesting. Yeah, it wasn't your internet. It was literally just Twitch killing itself. All right. Pull up some stuff. I'm just checking. It's weird that it's not restarting the Twitch. It just killed the Twitch for no reason and doesn't want to pull it back up. Mentor. Okay, so that was good. Okay. All right. I think I gotta redo stream. Gotta reboot the stream. I might have to redo the stream settings. I don't want to do that. Oh shit. All right. Well, we're going to then. I'm just gonna restart stream, but I'm only going to do Kick and Twitch if it pops up. If it pops up. I'm not getting anything. I don't have any issues so far. I haven't gotten an email otherwise. So I'm gonna do that real quick, everyone. So YouTube, Rumble, thanks for swinging by. Kick, I'll be back here in a few minutes, and hopefully I'll be good on Twitch. So I'll be back here hopefully here in a few. Now I'm gonna be rebooting everything real quick. So there'll probably be a new YouTube link, so look for that. But I'll be back here in a few minutes, guys.